Greetings, greetings.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Over colors, over breakfast, over dinner, over sofas, over jungle, over river, over locals, over country, over people, over locals, over red and over blue and over jokers, over world, over red and over blue and over Let's go! The lyrics of a flow like a stream. Make you feel like you're living in a stream. We come to discipline, man, and be. We come to the ground, man. We separate the first and the clean. We find the stickers of green. You listen up careful and keen. We tougher than a hammer, you can see. I put one as a rock and come. Hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up. I say, wait like I finished probation, boy, boy. Every head with no chaser, boy, boy. When I'm about to spit out a razor, boy, boy. Open up your facial right, your boy, boy, in his back. He fools in his ass, to the ground, passing it. Handle business, black velvet, sexy now. Don't fit us so well, they with us. Cause we arrive on the scene, break like high beams, now beams. Don't make me have to let the night scream. When they fucking police ain't regime. Spiritual world like an EOE. Real guys, I see the real guys.
Yes, negociation. Welcome.
Got to be in that land of Ethiopia. It's the Ethiopia, the land of our father, the land where our gods house to be. Like peace to our hive, swift to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness pleading. We hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading one
Yes, sir. Negotiate Salam. Welcome in, everyone. It is another Thursday. Today is the 1st of May. So welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. Another class session we have here tonight on another Thursday. Another strong where we come in and we put in that work to educate ourselves and get ourselves prepared for the time that is coming, for the time that is now, to have a different mindset, to be prepared to build, to be prepared to be ambassadors for our people and ambassadors for our sovereignty, so that we may definitely carve for ourselves a place in the sun. So this evening, we're going to have another wonderful time, and we're going to focus on the mind of the people once again and get ourselves into a mindset that educates us. So this evening is all about community healing and some more about CPS training. But definitely the main theme will be about healing this evening. And next, we're going to have our chaplain open us up with a prayer, and we will begin the session. Give thanks.
Nguzo Salam, give thanks. Malcolm Nikatu, for another rising to do better than yesterday in the mission to accomplish. That I and I come together. Ahu Ab, Red, Memphis Kudus, Ali Akal, Abu Kudus Kedamare, Haile Selassie Siam Exit. Yeah. Bahman Ab, Red, Memphis Kudus, Ali Akal, Abu Kudus Kedamare, Haile Selassie Siam Exit. The light of Ethiopia. Word from the King of Kings, knowledge is a treasure that must be grasped, which no one can confiscate. It is a diamond without price, which prevents the breaking of heaven's decree and preserves one from a path to destruction. Knowledge allows you to inherit the kingdom of Exibir, which the mind of man cannot conceive, and is a counselor in times of adversary. So may Exibir grant you to attain a wisdom and knowledge such as I have described. Abakadus Kadamawe, Hadisalasi Sim Exibir. For we, the black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage, do hereby establish, uphold, and ordain this Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. To His Imperial Majesty Abakadus Kadamawe, Adi Selassie Siam Exibir, as Commander-in-Chief of the Mahel Forces in this Armageddon. Abakadus Kinamari Adi Selassie, CM Xavier, grant us your holy Irit to keep by and I in thy peace. For in peace I leave you, my peace I give unto you, but not as the world give it unto you. Help us attain our goal in the oneness of thy Irit, O mighty King. Selah, Selah, Selah.
Yes, I give thanks. Gratitude, Chaplain. Yes, yes, yes. All right, welcome in once again. Today is the first day of May, and we have a few wonderful things coming up with the local and a few things coming up with the EWF next strong on the 3rd and the 4th. This strong coming up. We're gonna have an event in North Carolina. It's a roots workshop, 2-day event. One day we'll be having performances, and then the second day it will be the workshops. And we have people. The main handlighter is Desiree, and we also have our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister Lazarus, who will be appearing as well to do a workshop, and his workshop will be on sovereignty. So definitely something to check out. North Carolina, the 3rd and the 4th of this strong. And there's been a lot of buzz about it around the town. But definitely if y'all in the area, check it on out. And we'll be definitely looking back to get some information from that, and reminisce on that celebration. So we give thanks for the opportunity, and we look forward to getting to educate the people more on our sovereignty and the importance of the Egypt and World Federation, and the importance of what His Majesty did for us to put us in the proper position to get ourselves into the right place. And we see everything happening every day. We're seeing some things happening right now that we seen would have happened a few months ago. So we give thanks and praise to the movements as it's going through. And also every Wednesday we have the Deacon and Friends over in Atlanta area. We got Brother Kamari will be up there every Wednesday. So check that on out definitely as well. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. And right now we got Minister Laz will come on in. Give thanks. Let's it up.
Yes, I give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. Yes. It's been a busy day today. The world has witnessed to a commitment of solidarity in the masses of Blacks. Be the Black peoples of the world. And that solidarity was to protect in a collective security the empowerment of Africa. So in that, as always, we will begin with a speech by His Imperial Majesty. And it is what we seek for Africa. And we're going to read a second one also, which many of us know, but we will read the second one, which is on equality. His Imperial Majesty Ali Selassie, in this document, is here pictured with Jomo Kenyatta, the father of Kenya. We have spoken in the past of some of the concrete measures to be taken. The creation of a permanent machinery to settle intra-African disputes is one such. We must take up where the colonialists left off in transforming the social and economic patterns of our nation. In order to decrease our economic dependency on developed nations, trade among Africa's nations must be expanded. Transportation, communications facilities among Africa's nations must be expanded. A unified African development program, which utilizes to the fullest the individual resources of the individual African state, must be prepared and implemented. Techniques must be found and employed for the most efficient and economic use of our resources and financial means. In all of this, we can profit from the example of both the East and West. Is this enough? Let us say that if even a partial measure of these programs can be agreed upon here, our presence in Cairo today would have been more than justified. We would, however, add these last requirements. What is needed above all is patience, which accepts delays while striving to overcome them, and tolerance, which comprehends our weakness, our selfish ambitions, and our narrow self interest, while seeking to strengthen our will and stiffen our moral fiber and devotion to the principle and international morality, which can alone arm and shield and support us in the daily strife, which is our fate as we toil to better the lot of Africa and all men everywhere. Unless we find the requisite courage and fixity of purpose to rise above our petty selves, we shall be broken on the wheel of our own inventions, slaves of our own despotism. The spirit of Africa, which surrounds our deliberations here, is deserving of the greatness which Africa demands of it. Let us prove ourselves worthy of it. I feel to say, after listening to the world, that our brother Ibrahim is proving himself worthy of the mantle that he has taken up. He has been developing communications, transportation, expanding the road system. Question is, where do we find ourselves in this today? The thing about these type of things is, as many of us find it inspiring, many of our youth will fall into despair. Still not knowing the direction in which way they are to go. Culturally captive by Western ways. Been forced into education principles of the Western ways. And all of a sudden, the world is saying it's all a lie. So our youth already have built their spirit of rebellion and been moving in that aspect. But as we always speak, we all started out rebelling from the system, but not knowing how to rebel. So just as we identify that rebellious spirit, the system identifies it and they weaponize it against our youth. They weaponize it against us all. Now, let's do a small little time window count just to kind of get a pretense of a mindset because we want to make this a clarity as we go into this discussion. You know, His Majesty said we have to have tolerance while we're striving and to comprehend our weaknesses and our selfish ambitions, and sometimes our narrow self interests. But while we're still seeking to strengthen our will and stiffen our moral fiber and our devotion to principle and international morality, which alone can arm and shield and support us in the daily strife, which is our fate as we toil to better the lot of Africa and all men everywhere. So the lot, it's not the land, it's the people. Now, to better that, to support us in our daily strife. So as we speak about the works and the mission of the EWF, the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated, as we speak about that and we speak on our Constitution saying we must save ourselves from annihilation, we must take part in world affairs. We must correct abuses, bring justice. Now, the daily strife can be supported by the development and our devotion on that principles and the international morality, us getting past our own selves doing this great works. And the big works is to create the sustainability. Now, we went through a process of colonialization and slavery. The process was to mentally break us. It was to make the mind feel abandoned, feel no hope. Trust not its life. It's real, man. What they did to us is a science was worked on us. Now people like say they be trying to work roots, but we're speaking about a science being worked on us. And this science affects us in many ways. This science really can hurt us still today because we don't understand the ways. So let's get a little thing now. Let's what are we doing to verse? Okay, yeah, let's go into this verse. Okay. So for those that have been always riding with us, and we go back to the pictorial graph, the hieroglyph of science for us, we return to the seven bodies, so that we can picture the science that has been worked on us and understand what it means as we talk about it in the daily strife. So we start with the mind again, because the mind is the keeper of the crossroad between the higher self and the lower self. The mind is the tiler at the door. The mind is the tiler at the door. The cherubim with the flaming sword guarding the way to the tree of life. This mind in the science of the seven bodies: spirit, soul, mind, emotional body, astral body, life force, physical body. So we talk about the science of the spiritual mind, the spiritual being, the higher self, the sun, the solar one, the solar man, the Solomon. And this lower nature represents the matter, the mother, the feminine. But the spirit, I saw an angel fall from heaven to earth. So the light bearer falls from heaven to earth. The light bearer falls from heaven to earth. So one has to come and say that I am the light of the earth. Huh? Someone had to come and say, I give you light so that you may see your way. When we go through the ancient traditions, it always speaks of our people as the sun, or the son of righteousness, S-U-N. But it's a science. But when we look at falling from heaven to earth, we spoke before on the law of Ma'at, for we are Ma'atian beings. We deal in the scale of balance and harmony. See, the scale of balance and harmony is love. So the soulmates is the higher self and the lower self being connected. But the mind is the keeper of this connection. So when the mind, see, because the mind, see, the physical nature is in a negative. Remember, under the laws of magnets, a negative attracts a positive and they magnetize together. So why would the physical nature be in a negative? Because it doesn't weigh your heart down. Why wouldn't it weigh your heart down? Because you haven't left your first love. Your first love is your higher self, that highest connection. But somehow you leave your first love. And so instead of your heart being light, your being having that negative confession, this negative turns to a positive, and you repel the higher nature. So you're trapped in the box, in the lower nature. But Aset has to try to retrieve you from the box. Now we'll come back to that story, but this positive and the heart being weighed down instead of the being carrying a negative confession. Now the being has a positive confession because the heart is heavy.
He was talking about this October thing.
It's weighed down. So now when the self repels the higher self, the being goes into a longing, into a thirst, into a longing, into a thirst. It goes into a self-consuming. It goes into a longing, into a thirst, because it has lost its connection. So now in the physical plane, you become a consumer. Consumer. Now we'll get there. Let's go back to this. We're coming back to this science. Now listen. So we go through colonialism. We go through slavery. The goal and objective was to break us from our customary ways. Our customary ways were the ways that defined us in our spiritual connection and heart, the creator and all of nature. It was our birthrights. See, so they worked to disconnect us from that realization. They then made us feel as low as the trash, as the bottom of society. And then after that, they sell us value back. Value is sold back to us in the process of being able to obtain a job from them, being able to obtain education from them, so that we could become an upright citizen. So now uprightness, the term Job was an upright man. So now uprightness becomes their claim, and they're selling us the uprightness of being a good man, of gaining your value, learning a trade to work a job for us, and taking the education. So now we work hard to obtain value, but our being is still in thirst. So they're able to sell us valuism, consumerism, materialism. But not only that, we have a need for bliss within our being. So it makes our race, our people, more prone for substance abuse. Our youth right now, void. They search to find and feel the natural inner void, feel it filled through some kind of expression. So now it'll be sold to them in dopamine glyphs of video games into what they call now today the exotic drug culture. They did it to a generations before us, generations that were fighting as they did everything that they could do. The first generations that fought to be able to integrate into the schools, to be able to get the jobs. And that became the generation that became the cocaine and crack generation. The void, the void, the disconnection, the negative confession is lost. The heart has become heavy. So there is a science. And in our works, we are here to create an environment to remove that. Because we could talk to people about substance abuse and so forth and everything, but yet, do we understand the root of it? How do we change the biometrics and the energy in which we're dwelling in? So our works is the science because the science has been worked on us. So with that, I'll give you one moment. We'll open the floor if anyone has something they want to add to that before we go to allowing our Queen Mother to give us some more information on this topic as we go into the substance abuse. We go into the void, the thirst, the dopamines, the adrenaline, the HPA axis, the hypothalamus pituitary, and the adrenaline, lost in the fight or fight mode. Floor is open. Floor is open. Who's in the cipher? Who understands what the build is? Let me see how much more I need to give so everyone can see where we're going. Because remember the speech of His Majesty, the shield and support us in the daily strife, which is our fate as we toil to better the lot of Africa and all men everywhere. Floor is open. Floor is open. You can speak on His Majesty's speech. You can ask a question on the Ma'at, the light is a feather, the negative confession. You can even ask about the mind, all is mind, mind being equivalent to the electron. The movement of an electron is electricity. You are an electrical being. Your thoughts carry an electrical charge. You are the recipient of a solar force and a magnetical field developed through your lunar principles and your lunar formula. Let's talk a little bit more deeper. Somebody want to ask a question? Floor is open.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I. So
Um, not really a question, uh, but it's very interesting the concept of the upright man, you know, with this movement that's happening right now, um, where we're talking about, the pillar, we're talking about principle, we're talking about righteousness, and we're talking about a time where we have to take control of our destiny. And the rhetoric for the longest has been, pay me. The rhetoric has been asking the people who are looking to defend, people who are looking to attack and steal to ask them to stop, or to the next step was to take them to justice within their system. And so the time is now where we are thinking about our own. We are thinking about what do men do when they stand up? What do nations do when they stand up? And it has to do with the science of knowing oneself, because that's the only way we can have a projection of a reality that fits us, unless only until we know ourselves. Till then, we're looking at an illusion that has been put in front of us, and the questions of why or how will always be there until we reflect properly, until we know ourselves, until we look within. Yes, I give thanks.
anyone else? Well, now let me throw this at you. So I was in a meeting and a very not bad interpretation, but something to make you think. Some people say they cannot stand with a coup. They cannot stand with the coup. Now, they still have a perception, and I'm not going to put my thoughts on it yet. So let me leave that alone. They say they cannot stand with the coup because it goes against the principles in which they are wanting to represent. So a lot of the other African countries, and as rightfully was raised, Island Mengistu was a coup that overthrew His Majesty. So the creating the normacy that military can rise up and take power anytime they feel like the authority figures in power are not representing right. They find that as a threat. So before I put any words in your minds, say any position on that, let's open the floor on that as well. In the perspective of a coup overthrowing His Majesty, should the world have cheered? And would you feel the same? And what is the principle of difference that you assert out of this and then? Anyone like to comment? Yes, floor is open.
In the situation with His Majesty, we have a different thing that really go on and happen. Because His Majesty put forth a land reform, said land to the tiller, before the Ethiopian parliament twice. And the parliament turned it down. Because the parliament now was represented by sons of the old nobility with one house and another house of representatives chosen from the people, which was mostly the common people. So every time that land reform came before the parliament, the ruling nobility, they turned it down because a lot of them was landlords. So they didn't want that. So His Majesty told them the third time the people would take it. So when the slow revolution began moving, they first started arresting the first ministers in the name of His Imperial Majesty. They arrested these ministers in the name of the king. And after they made arrests, they went back to the king and reported. And the king congratulated them and told them good job. Then they went out arresting other people. Now, after they had arrested all the people, then that's when they came forward with the slogans against the king, talking about thieves and coming up with these stories of embezzlement of money, like he had some funds somewhere where we have the finance director from that time now has come in the video YouTube interview saying that all of those was lies and they never got any funds from no other place. All of that was not true. And then they pushed forward to suspend the king's constitution, and the church removed support of the king. Then they arrested the king. But before that now, you had the minister over the he was like a prime minister. He came to the king several times asking him to move and do something, stop these people for what they're doing. And the king declined. He came to him again, asked the king to do something. The king declined. So the king made no effort to stop this slowly rising coup, as they would say. So this is a very mysterious and different circumstance that we're dealing with this thing here, because now when they did get through and then they started the execution of ones, they held the king to the last, because it's like they knew his innocency in the whole thing. Because look, we're talking about the age of the king, and he had deliberated the duties of the government throughout the ministers. So if a certain province wasn't getting the finances that it was supposed to get, that would go forward to the minister who was over that particular province. And these army commanders, they knew that, you know? So, that's when we talk about Ethiopia and the coup, the tar there, they label it as that, but it was something very peculiar and very different of a sort, I would say. Yes, I give thanks.
Floor is open. Floor is open. Okay. So we'll move on to the next stage. Um, you know, when they speak about the coup in this time, a lot of times they forget that the established government that was there and so forth was a coup. Colonialism in place, Berlin Conference in place. Kingdoms and queendoms and the customary rulerships moved out of place. The spirit for the people was not in the system. It was to comply with the system, which was only an extraction system. So, in the instance with His Majesty, I think I hear when the chaplain says it's peculiar, as His Majesty put up no defense and understood and said, if this is what the people determine, so let it be. And I think in the voice of this time, in that reality, is what we have to look at also under His Majesty's aspects, is that, as he said, if it is what the people want, so let it be. And in the case of Ethiopia, many of the people who took part in taking the power and taking that leadership in those roles later seen the innocence of His Majesty. They realized what they thought was so easy was not. What looked like they weren't able to do what the Western reality was doing was because Ethiopia wasn't extracting wealth out of all of Africa. And half of Africa's trade was cut off because Europeans had already surrounded Ethiopia. So it was controlled through European mechanisms. So the advancements in so much aspects of the economics and so forth was still being worked out. Ethiopia was in danger because during this time, still have to remember, these countries, the European countries, the United States, House Joint Resolution 192, June 5th, 1933, they took gold out of circulation. Ethiopia was still operating with non-fiat, with gold-backed and silver-backed currency. See, they're always trying to undermine those economies from developing. And we know from the statistics and the news reports and so forth that from the return, from the period of return, May 5th, His Majesty rebuilt Ethiopia, built it up, started setting the status, made sure that education was the main component because he knew that was what would be necessary to take it to the next step. It was a developing process. And so even with the EWF right now, as we're rebuilding and doing certain works, let us listen to the words of His Majesty again. Is this enough? Let us say that if even a partial measure of these programs can be agreed upon, here our presence in Cairo today would have been more than justified. We would have ever added these last requirements. What is needed above all is patience, which accepts delays while striving to overcome them, and tolerance, which comprehends our weakness, our selfish ambitions, and our narrow self-interest, while seeking to strengthen our will. While seeking to strengthen. So, in those aspects, and from the testimonies of those that took power and they realized certain aspects of His Majesty's reign, it's always about patience and seeing that we're working through to overcome in all we do. So, in that spirit, your heart is not heavy. See, it seems like words, but it is a guidance to a science in your being. So you could read it as a word, or you can see it as a guide to the science in your being. Let not your heart be heavy, knowing that we're working to overcome the delays. Some people say, man, well, this movement should have been on. Man, I don't know why we ain't got there yet. This is what we're working for now. But as we work for this, and we push forward for this, and to strengthen ourselves and our will, and stiffen our moral fibers and our devotion to principle, we will be able to support those in their daily strife. We will be able to support those in their daily strife. So now you become a light. You become a light unto the way. But let's go a little further. Let me pull this up.
You see, we have brought some of the young men with us who are with us today. They're going to sit in on this session. This, too, is a very said that theory of she's for the way to the and there's names.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to be with all of you and to have.
This is an honor, but to hear her more than twice is a celebration. Let's bring Dr. Frances Wilson to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rowe. Richard. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to be with all of you and to have been invited to share with you at this very important conference. I want to apologize in person for not being able to be with you yesterday, but I was given a summons to be a member of the jury. I'd never had that happen before. And I called and asked, couldn't I be excused as a physician? And they told me I better get down there. So it was because I could not be excused that I could not attend yesterday. Oh. Well, my remarks are going to be in the framework of understanding that we are in a war. And I have come to give my comments and my understanding of what that war is really all about. But I think the first thing that is in order, I would like to ask all of these young men to stand up and for us to applaud them. Thank you. Because really they are out on the front line, whether they understand it or not. They are out on the front line, and in many instances, we have failed to provide the defense for them and failed to provide the support to ensure that they will succeed. But we are here to talk about how we can better do that and how we can better understand what our task is and what our responsibility is in the 1990s as we enter the 21st century. Now, my remarks were to be the black male from endangerment to empowerment, and I have put my own little subtitle to that: from mass death, physical and psychological, to mass resurrection. Now, as a physician and as a psychiatric physician, my viewpoint is influenced by that medical background. And I'm a third-generation physician in my family. My father was a physician, his father was a physician, and here I stand. And my grandfather, my grandmother always said, because my grandfather died in 1909, I never knew him. But my grandmother always said, your grandfather was a race man, meaning that the welfare of African people in America was something of the highest priority to him. And somehow that kind of magically passed down, or if not magically, predeterminedly passed down to me. But in that tradition, I understand that unless the physician can adequately diagnose the illness and have an analysis and an accurate, in-depth, appropriate analysis of the illness, that we cannot be successful in making certain that the patient lives. And so I see as our critical responsibility at this time, as we attempt to understand what exactly is this dynamic that is causing black male persons to be dying in unacceptable numbers and failing in unacceptable numbers, to be standing on corners in unacceptable numbers. So we have to understand exactly and specifically, not just to record those numbers, not to just moan and groan and bemoan those numbers. We have to understand exactly why those numbers are there so that we very specifically determine what are we going to do about it, what exactly are we going to do about it. Now, those of you who have heard me speak before know that since 1970, I have been making a statement about what I understand to be what is going on. And I have been saying to people that we as black people greet each other by saying what's happening. And I say we put that greeting in the form of a question because we don't really understand yet what's going on. And so after today, I hope that we will be greeting each other by saying, you do know what's happening, don't you? Do you see in that a war is going on? And that we greet each other by saying the war continues. And that each and every one of us are going to continue to do our part in that war, to bring that war to a just end, and so that there can be peace on this planet. And the reason that I say there is a war, because bodies are falling. I'm from the District of Columbia, and we are already at 1 or more deaths every day of black men. We had 470 plus deaths at the end of last year in a city with fewer than 1 million people. And that's the District of Columbia alone. I think the national figures are something like 10,000 deaths in this area of the world of young black men each year. So what is going on? And as a psychiatric physician, there's a critical part of the psychiatric examination that we seek to determine, and we call it orientation. Is the person oriented as to time, place, and person? That means, does the person know where they are? Does the person know who they are? And does the person know what time it is? If the person is not oriented to time, to place, and to person, we write down major mental illness. If we do not understand that a war is going on of immense proportion, if we think it's fun and games, if we think we can proceed as business as usual, my answer is that we are not oriented and that it is a case of serious mental illness, meaning not able to face reality. And so therefore not being able to do anything about reality. It is as though a fire, if it were tragically to break out in this auditorium, and I stood here and say, don't worry, everybody just be cool. It's roses blowing over there. You see, but if I misidentified reality, and if we all misidentified reality, we would all burn up tragically. So I say the same in terms of what is going on today. If we misidentify what is happening, we will be destroyed. So I want us to understand that reality so that we can do the appropriate thing. Now, 20 years ago, I presented the paper, The Crest Theory of Color Confrontation and Racism. And that paper grew out of my conviction that as I approached and talked to and sought to help black patients in a major psychiatric hospital, that everything that had caused them to be disoriented or to have problems with their behavior and their emotions and therefore their functioning had to do with racism. So I knew that I needed to understand racism beyond, well, that's just something that happens in the cause of economic activity and to produce profits. So that didn't seem to really make a lot of sense when you went to apply that kind of understanding of racism. So because I was looking and looking and looking and looking, I encountered a black man who was a guard at the Bureau of Engraving, and he still is, whose name is Neely Fuller. And this gentleman had been determined to find out what was happening to black people. And he said, what is going on is a global system of racism. More specifically, a global system of white supremacy, meaning that the people in the world who classified themselves as white had evolved a system of oppression to hold down people who they classified as black, brown, red, and yellow. And I said to myself, this gentleman seems to have something. He went further to say that the system is operative in all areas of people activity. It is operative in economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. That not only was it operative every place on the planet Earth, that it was operative in all areas of people activity, and that it was impossible to escape the impact since the system had come into being and had consolidated itself. And that all people who were classified as non-whites were victims of this very powerful dynamic. And so I said, this is an absolutely fascinating statement. And I began to wonder, well, why would this happen? And let me say to all of these bright and handsome young men that you remember this three-letter question. The question is why. When the question why something happens comes to your brain, always pay attention to it, because that's a switch. If you say, I want to understand why, any problem that you face in life, if you say, I want to understand why this is a problem, then you are turning on a switch, just like a light switch, for your brain computer. You're saying, brain computer, go to work in my behalf. Bring me the information so I will understand what is happening in this world, because I intend to cause what I want to have happen, happen. But I have to know first what is going on now. So I raised the question in my brain computer, why? Why would this system of oppression, why would it have arisen in the first place? It did not always exist. All knowledgeable people know that the first people on the planet Earth were black people, people in Africa, the first civilization, the first physicians, the first philosophers, the first architects, the first engineers, the first mathematicians were black people. But something happened to that great and glorious civilization that existed thousands of years ago. So the fact that white supremacy as a dynamic, or that the fact that racism came along and caused that to change, then I said, but why? What exactly was going on? So then I remembered things that I had learned in school and actually that I had read about, but had not really connected up. I recall that even though black people, brown people, red people, yellow people are called.
Let's stop right here for just one moment. I'm going to ask a question. What you get from that video? And what do you believe was the key statement? And what does it mean to us, if you can describe it?
Nagusa Salam. Yes, Father. The most important statement that she made is that we're at war. This is a war, you know, and in any war, the army needs to be guided by military masters, whether it's spiritual or physical, or political. There needs to be a leadership which can encompass the young, a leadership that can encompass the minds of the young and give that young body, as in a people, a purpose. And in the history of our greatness will be a rallying frame of mind. And that frame of mind is limited in its scope by the opposition forces who are designing and running the oppression in a mindset of racial superiority, where the whole system is designed to actually weaken the body as a people of the necessity to actually grasp the fire and to remain rebellious, because we are becoming corrupted by the system.
Yes, you hit it. You hit it. You hit it. I mean, you hit it 3, 4, 5 times. Bum, 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 bum. You hit it. I mean, you hit it, Cypher. Listen, you couldn't have said it no better. And then you came back again and you said it. She said we have to know the root to, and it is a system. So this is the cause. We're stuck in a system. A system. See, the system wasn't always there. So the struggles of our lives and the things going on is because we're stuck in a system. Now that's something to really just let resonate for a minute. Because if you ask the youth what's wrong with them, you go to the root of it, they're stuck in this system. A system that is designed to manipulate and destroy their integrity, their minds, to devalue them and make them seek value outside of themselves. When we would have a system in which we would teach them the divine value of themselves and to know and how to harness their inner gifts. We're in a system. A system that takes you away from your connection, leaves you in a mortal thirst, but you seek to return to your immortal being where you thirst no more. The floor is open. Floor is open. What a wonderful discussion. Cypher, I ask, thank you. If you want to go some more, give us some more what you felt out of it, because you hit it so many times right there. Bam. A system.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Or
I would like to carry on because just something came to mind when I was remembering a youth, when I was in prison years ago, and there was a youth in prison, and he had found he had found not religion, but he had found black liberation in his mind. He had found a route to black liberation. He was very zealous for black liberation. But when I was actually listening to him, like when he was actually describing everything, his feelings and how he was so um what's the word? He was so zealous to his cause that he sounded like he could have been a religious who had found Jesus. His explanation, etc. He was so zealous. He could have, he sounded like someone who was saying, "Oh, I've got Jesus in my life, and now Jesus is in my life. I'm great." That kind of thing. So he actually had that same evangelical um, expression.
the zeal. He had that zeal. Something
Yeah,
gave him the epiphany, and he found purpose, because
yes,
he purpose, the
yeah,
very key word for us, finding purpose. Yes. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, yes. Well, so in that zeal, I mean, in that zeal and purpose, like even as we're looking at ourselves here today, we're how many of us on here? Nine, 8, 9 people on here. So, there's a zeal or a purpose that we come on here every week to try and gather this force together. But look how many people there are. I'm just talking about in our EWF groups, because this is going out to, on different platforms. It's advertised, but there's only a few of our who's coming forward, and that is indicative of the greater. That is indicative of the greater society. We're in micro, and we're on the macro level. It's the same. So gathering the gathering of the people is the crucial element. So the rhetoric, or the rhetoric, or the philosophy to gather the
Well,
people together.
let, well, let me help you there. Let me help your spirit right there. Let me help your heart right there. And I'm going to give you a story from me from prison. I remember I'm from the United States and so forth. We had a battle with who would be the lead representative for the Rastafari community. Now, a lot of Idrin and them that was from Jamaica and the islands had been um, doing kind of like they was the leadership in a sense. But when they would have the meals and stuff like that, they would be asking for curry chicken and all kind of stuff. And so, you know, I came in and kind of broke all that up and made them get back to what we were supposed to be building in a sense. And so with that, first, you know, when we would have classes, a lot of the island men would kind of like, they didn't want to come because they was trying to show a rebellion. So 4 classes, 4 people might have come in
Sorry,
the class.
Russ.
Or
You went blank. I missed you. I missed what you said there. Sorry about that, Russ. Sorry to interrupt.
okay. Yeah, so inside, after battling with some of the brethren and them about, the leadership for Rastafari and getting us back on the right course, um, a lot of the island men, brethren from Jamaica and so forth, tried to be kind of show rebellion and didn't want to come to the classes because, American was being held as the representative. And some things was removed because we had to make sure that people understood there's a difference in Aito and Rastafari and Caribbean food and Caribbean ways. And so that was a battle there. So when we started the class, it was like 4 or 5 of us. But as the 4 or 5 learned and they went out, then the class became 10. And they went out, and the class became 20. And they went out, then when we throw a program, we have 200. So it's not always about starting with certain numbers. It's about finding those ones with the zeal, like you said, who are sensing their purpose already and helping them and strengthening them and giving them the strength to their foundation. And they will reach 5 and 10 and 20 more people. And each one of them, if they each reach 10, then that means this 9 is really what? 90. And if it's really 90, then 90 is really what? 900. And 900 is really 9,000. And that's how we have to see it. So it's the alignment and the harmony and the frequencies that open, those veils. And then, the you factor is where we have to teach for the science. Because the science is what will bring them. They're in rebellion to church and religion. They have understanding from all of the information that's been coming out that a lot of things are not what they thought. So we have to speak in science. So what we know should take us to a level that we should be able to speak the language, speak all the languages. That's the Pentecost. That's when all the people, they said they were speaking in tongue. They were speaking everyone's language. So in understanding that, that's why we deal with the universal science. And we build in supreme understanding of self. I even got a special segment for you, Ross Cipher, to help us all get a grand understanding of something as we delve into the King's List and certain other aspects. But let's go a little further in this, because as we talk about, we're in a system. A system. The music industry is part of the system. The sports industry is part of the system. Huh? We're in a system. The education is part of the system. The food industry is part of the system. The medical industry is part of the system.
Brady, can I come in?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Well, and as you saying that, because earlier on I was thinking that that the system which is created is with this with this hierarchy of racism, you know, with white supremacy. When they came into the continent, I think I've mentioned this to the item before. When they came into the continent, they didn't come in there with the Bible. They did come with the Bible, but not initially. They came in first with trade. So all of the what became colonies after the abolition of the slave trade, which went hand in hand also with the Berlin Conference, if you think about the timing.
Well, let's let's look at that, because to understand that, you have to go to the root of that. And we actually got a video we're gonna play. And that's why I want you to hold that. Let's play this video. Get a little clarity here, right here. We're going. It's something we've heard. Some of you've heard already, and we're going to replay it again, and we're going to come back to that. To what we're dealing with today as what we call racism, because in the elements of time, when we deal with it in the aspects of all people come out of who? Us. Then we got to deal with certain other aspects of what happened. Then we got to deal with certain aspects. If it's us, why would us turn on us? What changes us? And what changed us? And why today hasn't us returned to us, but is still in a position of racial dominance under an illusion of a superiority due to a chromosomal melanin deficiency. So now we have to look at the psychology of that in all aspects. Because if you're doing business with the people, it's different. So let's get a little bit more information before we hit that cipher, and then we'll come back to that. Just one moment. So if you want to go ahead, finish your build, I'm pulling up a video, and you could hit it a little bit more, and let's just get a little answer here as I pull this up.
Yes.
If you want. Yes,
Yes,
sir. Go ahead.
yes, I give thanks. Yeah, so what I was saying is that so when they initially came in, they came in with with trade agreements to with the ruler the native rulers of the lands, the traditional ruling systems. They made agreements.
From the fact that pale skin is.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, so they came in with agreements, trade agreements, and then protectorates, because so that was a mafia system, which they see now. Like when you go on, you know, when you're in countries where there's gang domination, where they go and extort people, to pay them protection money. So on a national level, this is what these gangsters who call themselves white supremacists
Now,
did.
now, right there, I'm gonna give you some help right there. Is there's two levels to that, because when we deal with it, we have to understand in two levels that we are talking about. Well, let's go first level before we go here. We're gonna come back here. Well, no, let's say we're gonna go right here. When we go on first level, we're talking about a Neanderthal force, right? And Well, we're gonna have to get it on two levels here because it's only gonna make sense if we do it this way. So just hold on one moment, Cypher, because I
Non-white
want you to get this.
powerlessness.
Uh,
So being a
I want us
psychiatrist
all to
and,
get this the
at that
right
point,
way because we're trying to get to the root. So
This is our world. We have shaped it. This is our world. We have shaped it in our image, made it our own. We are now the only humans in existence, absolute rulers of the earth. But there was a time when we shared this planet with other, very different types of human. By the time our ancestors left Africa around 100,000 years ago, most of these others had gone extinct. But not all. Other species had made the journey out of Africa before us. Smart, strong, and well adapted to their environment, they were the dominant species on the planet. So what happened when our worlds collided? Why, despite all their advantages, were those others driven to extinction? Why, against the odds, did we win the battle for planet Earth?
let's get good to this.
Around 100,000 years ago, a new species of human arrived in what is now India. The color of their skin betrayed their African origins. They had language. They lived in small, tightly bonded family groups. These were Homo sapiens, modern people. They were us. Their numbers were few, and from Africa they had begun to spread slowly across the world. But Asia was already occupied, home to a different human species, Homo erectus.
Erectus was a fascinating species. It lasted for a very long time. It's really the longest lived human species we know about. These are people that are being very mobile in open country to get to their food, and often to get to their food ahead of the competition. So in that sense, they're very like us in terms of their overall body shape and body build.
No water. Come.
Although physically similar, any chance of a peaceful coexistence between Homo sapiens and Homo erectus was shattered by a cataclysmic event that took place over 2,000 miles away. The eruption of Mount Toba in Southeast Asia. 74,000 years ago, it erupted on a scale that no human had experienced before or since.
It's certainly the largest volcanic eruption of the last 2 million years and erupted a huge amount of material. And because of its magnitude, it's being classed as a supervolcanic eruption.
The fallout from the eruption extended as far as the Indian subcontinent.
We've got areas, particularly in East India, where the ash reaches 6 meters in thickness.
Ash fall from the eruption filled the atmosphere with toxic chemicals, turning rain to acid that poisoned lakes and rivers, intensifying the struggle for survival.
In the aftermath of the Toba eruption, you might have increased competition because, remember, plants and animals are suffering, and these small groups of hunter-gatherers are competing for diminished resources. And so that may have caused some situations where there was conflict between.
All right. So there's something that happened, an explosion, and it changed something. Now, let's go a little further in this and get a little deeper in this so we can get a little bit more understanding or overstanding of what we're dealing with when we speak about racism.
Nothing more in a sense than another aspect of being black. We have been taught a lie. We have been taught a lie that Neanderthals look like whites. You see that picture on the left-hand side? I put an X across it. I put X across it because that's not how Neanderthal really looked. That's not how Neanderthal really looked. But see, when Europeans discovered the Neanderthal skeletons, because of the broad Negro features, they declared they were a primitive, ugly people. Over time, they began to depict Neanderthals as pale-skinned European looking to try and make it appear that contemporary Europeans are native to Europe. This is a lie. Until after 1700 BC, the only Europeans were Negroes. Whites came from Central Asia. Look at that picture on the below, and you can see how a depiction of a reconstruction of an authentic Neanderthal. When you look at this Neanderthal, the only difference between this Neanderthal and other blacks, West Australoid black, Tasmanoid or Tasmanian black, the first British black and the Romanian black, the only difference is that Neanderthal had a broad bridge across his forehead. You see that bridge over his eyes, where the bridge came a little forward and it overlapped his eyes? That's the only difference between a Neanderthal and the rest of us as black people. That was the difference. But the European wanted to sell you a bill of goods. They wanted to make you feel that picture up at the top on the left-hand side, that's how Neanderthal man looked. He didn't look like that. No, he didn't look like that. We carry the genes, in a sense, that produce the various color and eye color, skin color. They include HERC2 and OCA2. You know, these genes are associated with light skin, eyes, and hair in Europeans. But see, they arose in Africa, and it's found among Sand people. Yes. The Khoisan people, they carry all of these traits. All of us carry these traits in reality. But when the Khoisan, when they migrated into Europe, they took these genes with them. And that's how Europeans, in a sense, were able to get this the light skin. But see, light skin, that's one of the reasons why we have light-skinned children, dark-skinned children, is because of the fact that we carry all the genes to predict the various skin color and eye color. You know, blue eyes, dark skin. You know, they always talk about one of the earliest Europeans is Lebrana man. And when they talk about Lebrana man, they bring up the fact that blue eyes, that they have blue eyes, but look, we have some of us have blue eyes too. That's because the fact, in the sense, is that we carry those genes, see? But they want you to believe that if you have light skin, if you have gray eyes, blue eyes, green eyes, they want you to believe that you got these eyes not from a natural existence as a black person. They want you to believe that somewhere along the line, some white person, some Caucasian, rape your mama, your grandmama, somebody, and because they rape your grandmama, then that's how you had the blue eyes, the gray eyes. No, 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 no. We already carry the genes for that. There's already black people with blue eyes. You know, black people carry the genes to make pale skin. Yes, you know, the two genes to make pale skin is SLC 24A5 and SLC 45A2, you see. And that these genes lead to pigmentation. And it also explains how when black people went into the caves, we became depigmented, you see. And that's how, in a sense, we see pale skin among Europeans, you see. But as you can see, here you can see some brothers with blonde hair, another brother with straight hair, kinky hair. These are all genes that we already carry. And then you see at the bottom of the slide, a sister with her albino baby. We carry all these genes, you see. So it's very important to understand that just because somebody has straight hair, curly hair, you know, so-called European features, those aren't European features. They got them from us. See, because we were the first man, we were the first woman. Therefore, any way that Europeans look has to come from you. But I wanted to tell you where these genes came from that gave us the ability to produce pale skin. It's very important. Let's continue. You see, Neanderthals, they spread with Homo sapiens. You never see them on that Mr. chart because there was no difference. Yes. They always go through this process of saying, where's the Neanderthal? Oh, only Europeans got Neanderthal genes. That's a lie. That's a lie. They just made this issue up to make you think that Neanderthal man is different from anybody else. But Neanderthal man were Negroes just like Cro-Magnon man. Look at those pictures. We see Neanderthal man, and then when you go across, you see the Cro-Magnon. Yes, this is Cro-Magnon. I know when you read a lot of archaeological books, they show you a picture of some white person with blonde hair and say, oh, these are the Cro-Magnon. No. The Cro-Magnons were those people in that picture that are on the right side. As a result, when they discovered Neanderthal remains in 1829, they were shocked to discover that these people were Negroes, just like the Africans. They were enslaving in the Americas. You had to understand, this scared the hell out of them. Because, see, in their mind, they wanted to always believe, in a sense, that Caucasians had always ruled Europe. They didn't want, in a sense, believe that any other people had been the superior race of Europe. But when they found those skeletons of Neanderthals and skeletons of the Picts, and then skeletons of the early Irish, you know, they started saying, damn, all these people were black. What the hell is this? But they thought they were safe. Although they kept finding all these skeletons of black people, because of the fact that it was against the law for us to be able to read back in the 19th century because we were slaves, they felt they could hide this information from us. But today we can go back and look at those books and we can recover that part of our history. Neanderthals were not white. Caucasians had to change the image of the caveman Neanderthal because of the Black Power history teaching Afrocentrism. Let me explain to you. As researchers began to do excavations in Europe, in the Middle East, they began, every time they would dig deep and they would find a group of people in Samaria, ancient Egypt, the skeletal remains would always show Negroes, always show black people, just like you, just like me, just like us. So then they had to change the image of the of how Neanderthal man looked. Although Neanderthal man looked like the picture on the right hand side, they started trying to give them pale skin. They started trying to give them long hair, you know, because they wanted to try to invent a history. See, the Caucasian, he doesn't have a history. He doesn't have an ancient history, and you're going to understand why he doesn't have an ancient history as I discuss the origin of Caucasian people. There's a wonderful book called The Iceman's Inheritance. This book is by Michael Bradley. Let's look at the full title of his book is The Iceman's Inheritance. Prehistoric Sources of Western Man's Racism, Sexism, and Aggression. Very important book. You know, this wonderful book by Michael Bradley delves into the anthropological reasons why white European people have perpetuated violence, pollution, destruction, and genocide wherever they have historically traveled around the world. Isn't that what we're seeing over there in the Middle East? Right now, we see these people from Europe, they moved in Israel, and they're trying to destroy those people, those Palestinians. Michael Bradley dwells into the Neanderthal genes present in the modern white European populace as a source for their psychosexual insanity and aversion to societies based in peace and justice. If you want to read more about his interpretation of why Europeans do the things they do, get Michael Bradley's book, The Iceman's Inheritance. Bradley argues that racism, sexism, religion, patriarchy, colorism, colonization, history, all of that, and other social problems are the result of the behavior, values, and psychology of the white race, or Caucasians. According to Bradley, this results from the fact that they have an inferiority complex, which makes them feel they have to dominate other races to feel secure. This inferiority complex comes from the fact that they know they are a minority race in comparison to other races in the world, and they lack a true ancient history. Yes, this is what Michael Bradley recognized, but I'm the one talking about the fact that they lack a true ancient history. Michael Bradley in 1979 published The Iceman's Inheritance. Bradley, a native of Canada, shocked the world when he wrote this book. In The Iceman's Inheritance, Bradley argues how these things occurred. Right now, you can get a free copy of The Iceman's Inheritance. It's on the web. If you want to get this free copy, on the web, just put in there Iceman's Inheritance PDF. You can find this free copy of Iceman's Inheritance at https://archive, archive.org/details, DETAILS/the Iceman's Inheritance. Check that out. I'll let this remain a little while so you can copy it down. So you can go and read this valuable book and see Michael Bradley's argument on why Caucasians do the devilish and evil things they do. Okay. Bradley claims that these maladaptive behaviors of Caucasians came from the former existence of Neanderthals in Ice Age Europe. Bradley argues that Caucasoid aggression is the result of evolutionary and cultural experiences. It is therefore a product of social epigenetics, which allowed Caucasians to use their environment and cultural experience to select aggression to preserve their existence through white supremacy. Yes, white supremacy is based upon this whole idea that for Caucasians to survive, they had to keep every race down because they are a minority. They're a minority. And we know many studies show today that many Caucasians are dying out. Bradley believes that the Neanderthals were Caucasians, but the Neanderthal people were Black, as I already showed you, and had a peaceful hunter-gatherer society where they had access to abundant resources from the local flora and fauna to accommodate their dietary needs. The art of Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon man makes it clear that this culture was a matriarchal society, as evident in the abundance of female figurines denoting their emphasis on fertility and reproduction. Yes. So why would these people, if they were so mean and evil, this Neanderthal, why would they make such beautiful art? See, why would they see the women? Why would they see the woman as such a superior? As I tell you guys just about every week, the European Caucasians know that our true pathway to really being, in a sense, close to God, Amma, our pathway to being close to God comes from our association with our women, because it's our women who have that intimate relationship with Amma that allows us, in a sense, to be able to be all that we can be. And that's why the European spends all his time trying to separate the Black man from the Black woman, because by separating the Black man from the Black woman, they're trying to break that connection between us and God. because it's that black woman who gives us that love, who gives us that support, who gives us, in a sense, that knowledge and wisdom. Yes, knowledge and wisdom. See, I can't tell you how many times I fucked up when I didn't want to listen to my wife. Whoa, whoa. My baby dog tried to tell me intelligent things to do, but I wanted to have it my way because my father said, the man run everything. And we do. But we run everything because our women allow us to think we're running everything. See? And the Caucasian wants to break that connection. He doesn't want you to be close to your woman. He doesn't want you to be able to have that power. If the Neanderthal and the Cro-Magnon people belong to a matriarchal society, we have to ask the question, where did the Caucasians acquire their aggressive, predatory, and xenophobic character? The answer is that the Caucasians learned these behaviors when they were locked in the caves for thousands of years after the onset of the Younger Dryas, down to the Santorino volcanic eruption. The Younger Dryas began around 12,000 years ago. Back in those days, in a sense, people in a sense lived in the, had many caves. Sometimes they used the caves as houses. And they found that the caves, in a sense, was a good place to live, because of the fact that it was easy and accessible. And they would, in a sense, go in there, have fires, build compartments, and things like that. The caves of Europe were seen as temples by the ancient blacks of Europe. Here they congregated and used them like temples. In the caves, these blacks record their history and worship their gods. Yes, yes. These were basically the Anu people. And, in Khoisan. But these people, in a sense, they used to use the caves as religious places. They used to use these caves as temples. But see, what happened is that suddenly began the last ice age. The black man involved in the whites during the last ice age. I explained in Blacks in Europe, modern Europeans originated in Central Asia. Yes, they originated in Central Asia. They de-evolved from Cro-Magnon blacks into Caucasians after being trapped in the caves of Europe from the Younger Dryas, 12,900 to 11,700 years before the present, down to the Santorini volcanoes, you see. And so then what happened is that, that last ice age came suddenly during the Younger Dryas. It came so suddenly that they found mastodons. Yes, mastodons. They found these mastodons with curd inside of their mouth. They found these mastodons, and it shows that they were chewing, vegetable matter like grass and all that stuff at the moment that they were frozen. So that shows, in a sense, that last ice age became so, in a sense, quickly that people tried to run into the caves, and they ran into the caves because they felt that the caves would be sanctuary. They felt that if they ran into the caves, they would be protected from this terrible cold and snow that was beginning, in a sense, to envelop them during the onset of the last ice age. During the Younger Dryas, there was a sudden drop in temperature. Archaeologists have found frozen carcasses of mammoths with preserved stomach contents. These stomach contents led some archaeologists to assume that this ice age appeared suddenly because they found some of the animals in a standing position, a position that suggested a sudden extinction of the mammoths. Yes, yes, yes. They found them standing. Can you imagine? You see? That the reason that these mammoths were in a standing position was because of the fact that cold came so quick. Brothers and sisters, they said, damn, we got to find some shelter. So they ran into the caves. The first Europeans were definitely black when they entered the Caucasians. Here's a reconstruction of how they said Cro-Magnon man looked. And Cro-Magnon man, based upon the Khoisan and later the Anu, that these were the first people who settled Europe around 44,000 BC. So we know that those people who ran into the caves during the Younger Dryas period, they were black. The black Europeans evolved into Caucasians during the Ice Age. You see, I explained this in Blacks in Europe, so check it out. The caves of Europe were seen as temples by the ancient blacks of Europe. Here they congregated and used them like temples. In the caves, these blacks recorded their history and worshiped their gods. Since the last ice age in Europe came suddenly, the blacks probably saw a sanctuary from the cold in their cave temples. Since the last ice age came suddenly, the blacks were trapped in the caves. The first Europeans were definitely black when they entered the caves. These are some reconstructions on the right-hand side. We see reconstructions of the various ancient Europeans, and as you can see, they were a Negroid. In the caves, due to the absence of sunlight, the Cro-Magnon man, yes, these people, because they were in the caves and there was no sunlight, the melanin left the skin. And instead of, in a sense, giving them a skin pigmentation, the melanin congregated in their hair, and they gave them different hair. If you notice in many Caucasian families, you'll find that many of the children can have different colored hair. Some blonde, some brunette, some black. But again, we see this variety of colors, in terms of hair. Whereas among black people, we see a variety of colors among the various children. You can have light children, dark children, in between children, But see, in relation to those blacks who ran into the caves, they became depigmented, and their melanin stopped going into the skin because there was no sunlight, and instead it went into the hair. In the caves, due to the absence of sunlight, the Argonausians lost the melanin in their skin. The melanin left the skin and congregated in the hair. This is evident when we look at depigmented creatures who live in caves. This is a cave dwelling animal, and as you can see, they're very pale. They're very pale, and so we know in a sense that as these black people stayed in the caves for thousands of years, they also became pale. There's the evidence. The best evidence for the black people who turned into Caucasians comes from the La Marche cave. The cave at La Marche, France, was discovered by Léon Péricard and Stan Le Wolf in 1937. These researchers found 1,500 slate pieces with paintings carved upon them. These paintings or engravings in La Marche include figurines of animals and humans. The most significant carvings of humans, researchers have found over 155 human portraits that are over 10,000 years old. Did you hear that? 10,000 years old. These human portraits were made during the last ice age. If you look on the left, you can see one of these portraits of one of the inhabitants of the caves. This is evident when we look at the depigmented creatures who lived in the caves. As I said, they found over 155 different representations of the people who lived in the caves. These drawings from the Grotte de Marche shows that various facial changes took place among the Proto-Caucasians who remained trapped in the caves until around 1400 to 1200 BC. So you can look over there on the right-hand side, and you can see these are all engravings from the caves. This is showing you some of the people who lived in these caves, you see. Whereas the black Muslims, they talk about the fact that the white man was invented, in a test tube. They also talk about the fact, in a sense, other people talk about the fact that the white man, in a sense, are Caucasians. They came from being turned into albinos. But we can see in a sense that the Caucasian people, we can see this transformation of Cro-Magnon man, the transformation of Cro-Magnon man who was black into these various European type creatures. Look at these. This is a picture. See, I'm bringing receipts. This is found at the Grotte de Marche. See, as you can see in the caves, the people lost their Negroid features and became more serpent-like. Okay, if you can look at the picture before this comment, as you can see, we have a picture of a serpent, and then as you can see, we see the features of Cro-Magnon man began to become more serpentine, more serpent-like. You see, on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side, I show you some of the pictures of the people who lived in the caves 26, 35, 34,000 years ago, and you can see how these Europeans look totally different from those Europeans after they stayed in the caves for 10,000 years. Just compare. You can compare the pictures.
Brady, Russ, hold it there, please.
The
Russ,
pictures on the
hold it
top
there.
are reconstructions of how the people at that time looked in ancient Europe. And the pictures on the bottom, on the right-hand side, show you how these black people who lived in Europe, represented by the reconstructed figures on the top, on the right side of the slide, they look totally different. And we see how, in a sense, that European went into a more serpentine look. La Marche is a cave and archaeological site located in Lussac-les-Châteaux, a commune in the department of Vienne, western France. It is an archaeological site that has engineered much debate that has not been resolved to date. The carved etchings discovered there in 1937 show detailed depictions of humans and animals that are over 10,000 years old. This is a kind of a picture of the cave. The cave was very extensive. You got to understand, in a sense, that this cave, the cave network, you wouldn't imagine the cave network that exists below the surface in Europe. These caves are vast. These caves are very expansive, you see. And they found in these caves, in a sense, various materials that show how the people, how the ancient Caucasians lived in these caves. You see, here's another depiction of probably how some of them look. As you can see, we can see some of the various, if you look very closely and carefully, you can see many of these people living in the caves. They were probably hairy. You can see some of the faces that resemble those faces that we find in those depictions of the people from Grotte La Marche. And so, and again, in a sense, so we can see how this is probably a good representation of how those people lived back then in the caves. But see, you had to understand that, as I told you, this network of caves is very extensive under Europe. Caucasians, while living in the caves, created a massive network of underground tunnels, crisscrossing Europe. Listen to me. These tunnels crisscross Europe from Scotland to Turkey. Did you hear what I said? These tunnels, they go all the way from Scotland and the UK all the way to Turkey in Anatolia. A new book on the ancient superhighways has claimed, German archaeologists said evidence of the tunnels has been found near hundreds of Neolithic settlements all over the continent. Seemingly never-ending series of underground tunnels are confirmed to be man-made, and the architecture boggles even the most sophisticated designers. Yes, yes. These ancient Caucasians, when they lived underground in the caves, they made extensive paths. They was trying to get out. They was trying to find a way to get out. They wanted to get up to the surface, but they couldn't get out. They were stuck in the ground because after the Ice Age, it closed up all the exits and entrances to the caves. A German archaeologist, Dr. Heinrich Kusch, said evidence of the tunnels has been found under hundreds of Neolithic settlements all over the continent. In his book, Secrets of the Underground Door to an Ancient World, if you want to find out more about these caves, again, this book is by Dr. Heinrich Kusch, and it's called Secrets of the Underground Door to the Ancient World. The German title is Tore zur Welt. He says the fact that so many have survived after 12,000 years shows that the original tunnel network must have been enormous. Do you understand this? Think about that. These Caucasians who was living in the caves built a network of tunnels stretching all the way from Scotland all the way to Turkey and Anatolia. And these caves are extensive. Yes, this is where they lived. These cave paintings record the change in the Proto-Caucasian physical form into more human-like forms today. The pictures make it clear that the long chins and noses were a major feature of the Proto-Europeans. Check out information on the Grotte de Marche at http://pascal.leforger.fr perso.neuf.fr/la grate de la marche.htm. And you can see that this chin is somewhat represented today. It's called the Hasberg. Look over there on the left-hand side. You can see this fellow. He has what's called an Hasberg chin. So you can see how these features that developed in a sense in the caves, they're continuing to be. And so you can also understand that when these people came out of the caves, they were very frightening looking. They didn't look too human. And that's one of the reasons why, even up to this day, if you notice, Caucasians are always trying to marry, non-Caucasian women, especially melanated black women, but they'll go for Asians, anybody. But they especially gravitate towards melanated black women because it's by marrying black women, I think, that they feel that they're going to be able to maintain their human appearance instead of the beastly appearance that many of them had in the caves. In my book, Blacks in Europe, pages 138 to 145, I talk about the first Caucasians and how they lived in the caves for thousands of years. During this time, they probably treated each other badly. Think about that. If you're living in a cave, you see, there was a lack of food resources in the caves. And so what do you think these Caucasians, what do you think they ate if they lived in the caves? I'll give you a minute to think about it. There's no insects, there's no animals, there's no, they had little crawfishes and a few insects and stuff. But there was nothing real to eat in the caves. Yes, you've guessed it, they ate each other. They ate each other in the caves because the only source of food would have been each other. See? If they were eating each other, can't that explain why they're so xenophobic? Why they don't really like to be around other people, why they like to be alone? See? It helps you to understand in a sense. So when Michael Bradley, when he's talking about the aggression that occurred, that he felt occurred in the caves during, in a sense, with Neanderthal man, it didn't occur with Neanderthal man. White people got that, Caucasians got that aggression. They got that evil when they, in a sense, when they devolved from black people into Caucasians after the Younger Dryas, from eating each other, being mean to each other. You see? What was life like in the caves of Europe? I discuss this in my other book, The Origin of Black Neanderthals and the White Race. Get that book, and my book on the Prius of Europe. We can assume that when Caucasians lived in the caves, they early recognized that they should organize themselves into clans or tribes. The tribe would have protected its members from being preyed upon. The Caucasian living in the cave early realized that other humans could provide them with valuable resources. Other humans could provide them with food, clothing, and weapons, you see? So, okay, let's say that you captured another human. If your tribe attacked another tribe of people, then therefore, in a sense, once you killed those people, you got three things from those people. You got food, you see? You got their bones, and their bones could be made into tools, you see? You could also in a sense get you could also get something that you could cook your food in, or something that you could drink water from, or you could, in a sense, eat food from, and that would be the skulls, right? See? So to these early Caucasians living in the caves, they found that the body, in a sense, was very important, and that the body could serve many purposes, especially purposes in terms of keeping people alive. And then not only that, but if you skin the members of the other tribe, you could also, in a sense, make clothing. You could have a coat, you could have a blanket, you could have all type of things, because, see, as you can see, the early Caucasians in the caves, they saw the body as being utilitarian. They never, think about it. If they lived in the cave, they never associated the body as being part of them, because they saw the body as a source of food, the body as a source of weapons, the body as a source of of utensils that they could use to cook, to eat, and things like that. You see? Because they had to eat each other if they wanted to have the food resources to survive. You see? Now you can see why they had those long chins. Because they had those long chins, so when they were eating those dead bodies, they would make sure in a sense that it wouldn't cause disease when they would eat them up. The human body provided the Caucasoids with clothing made of human skin. The human bone would have provided the materials to make tools and weapons such as knives and short spears. The bones could also be fashioned as protective armor by using human skin to bind bundles of bones together. Living in the caves during this time was a place of terror. It was terror because you could not trust any human you came in contact with. Due to the fear, this individual might murder you. As a result, xenophobia became the principal attitude of Caucasians. Caucasian xenophobia became a protective measure that guaranteed that these in-groups, due to hatred and fear of the strangers, would be able to defeat and conquer the out-group because they represented anything that was foreign or strange. Very important, you see. Very important. You can't never underestimate the impact of your genesis, the impact of your origin, you see, because your origin will always play a role in terms of how you see yourself, even in the future or at a different period in time. The Caucasian xenophobia nurtured in the caves became an epigenetic feature of the white man. This psychological outlook, which manifests within Caucasians, was taken with the Caucasian when they exited the caves, as demonstrated by the aggressive tendencies of the white man. In addition, because the human body was seen as a natural resource, Caucasians have developed the attitude that humans are a utility. Yes, they see you as a utility. They don't see you in a sense as something that should be loved, held, caressed. They see you in a sense, they see the body as something that you can use, you see, in any manner that you wish. Get my book, Origins of Black Neanderthals and the White Race. Learn more. How did the Caucasians lead the caves? I know I already told you that because of the fact that many of the exits and entrances to the caves were closed off because of the ice in a sense, over the 1,000-year period, many of their temples disintegrated. The rocks and everything became, in a sense, absorbed. There were earthquakes in the cave, so a lot of the cultures and stuff were destroyed. But we still see, that these people had to exit. So how did they exit? I'm going to tell you how they exit. The Caucasians remained in the caves until the Santorini volcano. The theory of volcano eruption was a catastrophe. The volcano eruption devastated the Aegean island of Thera, which was also called Santorini, circa 1600 BC, 1600 years for the present. There's a very good article about some of the consequences of this volcano. It's by P. Lamoureux. It was written in 1995. It's called Worldwide Environmental Impacts from the Eruption of Thera. And this is, I took this from his abstract. But let me tell you what happened. According to Lamoureux, he says that, and I quote, the eruptions of Thera, Santorini, between 1628 and 1450 BC constituted a natural catastrophe, unparalleled in all of history. The last major eruption in 1450 BC destroyed the entire Minoan fleet at Crete at a time when the Minoans dominated the Mediterranean world. In addition, there had to be massive loss of life from ejecta gases, volcanic ash, bombs and flows. The collapse of a majestic mountain into a caldera, 15 kilometers in diameter, caused a giant ocean wave, a tsunami, that at its source was estimated in excess of 46 meters high. The tsunami destroyed ships as far away as Crete, 105 kilometers, and killed thousands of people along the shoreline in the eastern Mediterranean area. At distant points in Asia Minor and Africa, there was darkness from ash fallout, lightning, and destructive earthquakes. Earthquakes, waves emanating from the epicenter near the ancient volcano, were felt as far away as the Norwegian countries. These disturbances caused great physical damage in the eastern Mediterranean and along the Rift Valley system from Turkey to the south and Central Africa. Yes, yes. What happened in a sense is that the Santorini volcano was so powerful that it opened up the caves. It opened up the caves in Central Asia, and as these caves became open, Caucasians poured out. That's where the Caucasians came from. What was the question at the beginning? Where did the white man come from? The white man came from the caves, and they exited these caves after the Santorini volcano. And see, what made the Santorini volcano so good is that when the Caucasians exited the caves, as you can see, many of the ancient civilizations, they were really down. They really didn't have the power. They were weak. Many of the various peoples who lived in these civilizations, they were killed off as a result of the volcano and other eruptions. So many of the people were killed off. So then the Caucasians had an easy path moving out of Central Asia into Europe, and that they could easily conquer many of these black civilizations, easily conquer many of these black people, because of the fact they had been weakened by this volcano that caused all this damage. Yes, that's where the Caucasian came from. He came from the caves, and he expanded from the caves in Central Asia all across Europe. There's disagreement over where the Caucasian spread across Europe from. Dr. M. Kimbutis maintains that Europeans had their origin in the Pontic steppe country on the north coast of the Black Sea and began to expand into Europe as Kurgan nomads after 4000 BC. This is far too early. In 1987, Dr. C. Renfrew hypothesized that the Indo-Europeans lived in eastern Anatolia and spread into Europe around 7,000 years ago with the spread of agriculture. This is also false. They were in the caves at that time. Both these views have little support based upon the ancestral cultural terms used by the Proto-Indo-European Caucasians, which are predominantly of non-Indo-European origin. In other words, in a sense, is that when you look at the culture, and they talk about, in a sense, a cattle culture, farming culture, that's about all those words. They don't go back. They're not Proto-Indo-European. They mainly came from the black people who lived in Europe, and they got these terms after they conquered these black people. After a comparison of linguistic, agricultural, and genetic evidence, researchers found little support for both of these theories. No, the theory of Gimbutas and the theory of Renfrew, they have really no support. The genetic evidence supporting the absence of an Indo-European origin in the Anatolian region, but they were in the Anatolian region because that's where the caves opened up, in Anatolia and also in other parts of Turkey. That's where the caves opened up, and all these Caucasians just came out of the caves. You see. The north and east of Anatolia was inhabited by non-Indo-European speakers. It appears that Indo-Europeans did not enter Anatolia until sometime between 2000 and 1800 BC. At this time, we note the appearance of Indo-European Hittite names in the literary records of the Old Kingdom of Hatti. And at least as late as 1900 BC, Anatolia was basically still Hattian. Caucasians appear in Europe after 1400 BC, I repeat. Caucasians appear in Europe after 1400 BC, because that was after what? The Santorini volcano, when they began to attack black civilizations in Central Asia and Europe. They were known in history as the people of the sea, or Indo-Europeans. Over there on the side, you can see some of these people of the sea as they began, in a sense, to invade Egypt. The usual method of Indo-European and also Chinese invasion was twofold. First, they settle in your country in small groups, and they're, almost partly assimilated. Over a period of time, their numbers increase. Once Caucasians or Asian people, once they reach a numerical majority, they join forces with other Indo-European speaking groups to militarily overthrow the original inhabitants in a specific area and take political power. In other words, we would let them in. They'd be begging, give us some place to stay. We'll feed them, clothe them, give them homes. And then once they became a majority, they would just kill us off. Since these communities occupied by the blacks often saw themselves as residents of a city-state, they would ignore the defeat of their neighbors. Yeah, see, because of the fact that we were so tribalistic, that has always allowed Europeans to take us over. You see, instead of, in a sense, joining into a confederacy and we all fight together, except for Egypt, most of the time the states wanted to be independent. And this independence allowed the white man to take over, or allowed Caucasians to take over these ancient black civilizations. It also allowed, in a sense, Caucasians to take over Africa because Africans were fighting among themselves. It also allowed the Caucasians to take over America. Why? Because black Aboriginal tribes were fighting each other over this nationalism-ish. This typified their second form of invasion of the countries formerly ruled by the Proto-Saharan Kushites or blacks. Blacks have failed even today to recognize that even though whites are highly nationalistic and engaged in numerous fratricidal wars, they will unify temporarily to defeat non-European people. As a result, in cases where the blacks have been politically organized into states or empires, rather than isolated city-states, the large political units have lasted for hundreds of years, as typified by ancient Egypt, Axum, Male, and ancient Ghana. Diana Knopf, on the other hand, believes that the Indo-European homeland was in the Balkan Carpathian region. He has shown that the cultural terms of the IE group indicate that they made their way across forest steeps and deciduous forest zones to settle other parts of the world. This view is highly probable. The view that these people were farmers seems unlikely, since the ideal farming areas in Europe were already settled by the Anu and people from the fertile African crescent. Instead of being farmers, the IE people were originally nomads. The steppes could not have been the homeland of the Caucasians because it was heavily occupied by the Proto-Saharan people until after 1300 BC. In support of an early presence of Indo-European Caucasian speakers on the steppes, many scholars maintain that the Adranov culture and wheeled vehicles are marks of Indo-European high culture. That's false too. They got that from us. This view is further supported by the fact that the I roots for wheel, number 4. Use of a number to signify the wheel, illustrates that this technological innovation must have come from elsewhere. There's no way they could have 4 terms for wheel, right? They should only have one if they developed it. They didn't develop, they got the idea about the wheel from black people and was later adopted by the Proto-Indo-European after these dispersals. This map can kind of, down the bottom, this map can kind of show you how they spread from from Central Asia into Europe. The horse cannot be a marker for the Caucasoid Indo-European dispersal either. It would appear that in the steppes, the horse was not intensely used until the Iron Age. B.M. Mason believes that horse domestication and riding developed in the first millennium BC on the steppes. Again, in a sense, first millennium BC, that would be 1000 BC, and that would again correlate with what? The expansion of the people of the sea. The early white people, i.e., or Indo-Europeans, were Kurgan nomadic warriors. Kurgan is a name used by archaeologists for the early Caucasians. The term IE does not refer to a racial group because many of the ancient IE speakers may have been black. Given the fact that among the depictions of the people of the sea on Egyptian monuments, there are African people. See, because we see the people of the sea were kind of a mixed group, Caucasians and blacks. But today, the only IE people we have are Caucasians. Evolving in the Caucasus Mountains, the Caucasians exited the caves, and Kurgan folk were pastoralists. They herded cattle, pigs, and sheep. The first Caucasians or Kurgan people were the people of the sea. They began to infiltrate the Aegean after 1200 BC. These people usually wore horn helmets and used round shields. The blacks used long body shields. You can see a picture on the left-hand side of some of the people of the sea. You can see the horned helmet, you see. But again, the Egyptians were able to defeat the early Caucasians. Pictures of these nomadic warriors are depicted in courtyards of Medinet Habu in Egypt. These white Japhetic Philistine folk were relocated in Palestine, where 200 years later they destroyed Sidon and Troy. This Philistine Kurgan ethnic group is called Fars in Egyptian documents. Another group of Kurgan tribes took Crete from bases in Crete. They invaded North Africa west of Egypt. These Kurgan tribesmen were called Rebu by the Egyptians. This group formed the white Libyan population, which occupied much of the delta region of Egypt before the founding of Carthage by the Phoenicians. It was also in Palestine or Israel where we see, in a sense, that these early Caucasians, they mixed with the white Arabs the white Arabs who were mainly from Syria. And that's why, in a sense, we see that many of the Palestinians, if you notice, you couldn't tell the difference between a Palestinian and the average white European, because of the fact that many of these early Caucasians mixed with, in a sense, the white, in a sense, Arabs. Yes, the white Arabs and the Caucasians are not, they did not come from the same origins. As I said before, the Caucasians, they came out of the caves. The white Arabs, they evolved in some other way. Now we know where the white man came from. It was the caves. The Caucasians went into the caves black and they came out white. They spread into Europe from Central Asia at the 1400 BC because of the volcano at Santorini. Yes, yes, yes. The white man came from the caves under Europe. Again, I want you to go to Patreon. That's where I'm going to put the slides. You can find me at Twitter at Dr. Clyde Winters 8. Follow me at TikTok.com at Clyde Winters 3 to view my shorts. You can also, on this platform here on my Black History platform, I have almost 300 videos on various aspects of Black history. I got shorts. I got these lives. Check it out. Support my site. Right now, please take a minute and subscribe. Subscribe to this site. That way you'll know when I'm doing new videos. And you can join me when I'm doing these videos so you can catch these lives, because I know a lot of times when we do the lives, it allows people, in a sense, if I have the time, to ask questions and get even more understanding of what the subject was all about. And you can order my books at Amazon.com. Some of my books on ancient America include Atlantis in Mexico, African Empires in Ancient America. We are not just Africans. Then we also have ancient scripts in South America. You can get my book, The Mandy in Ancient America and the Black Mound Builders of America. These books will give you all the information that you need to know about the Black Aboriginals who ruled the American continent. If you want to find out more about how the white race originated, find detailed sources, get some footnotes, get some further articles and books that you can read, get my books, Origin of Black Neanderthals and the White Race, and get my books, Black in Europe, Prehistory to Contemporary Times. You can order all of my books at Amazon.com. Yes, you can order my books at Amazon.com. Go there and get the books. We're going to be teaching a class, me and Sister Shanice. And so I want you to check out this advertisement about the class that we're going to begin teaching on January 22nd.
Join Master Teacher Dr. Clyde Winters from the USA and Sister Shanice on an epic journey through hidden chapters of important Black African history in Britain. Brace yourself for an epic journey into uncharted territories with this up-and-coming, groundbreaking online study course. Who is it for? If you are an African history enthusiast, if you are looking for Black history material as an educationalist, if you are a parent homeschooling your children about Black British history and want to broaden their curriculum with knowledge that they're not going to acquire in the mainstream, then this course is for you. Black people in Britain have a greater belonging to Britain and the British Isles than you could imagine. Seize your spot on this pioneering course and be part of resurrecting our true history. Starting 22nd of January from 7:30 to 9:30 p.m. Fee £199 and installment payment options are available. For more information, visit sistershanice.gumroad.com. Sister, S-I-S-T-A, shanice.gumroad.com. Join Master.
Okay, that class is 7:30 p.m. That's going to be, that's
So now that changes the dimensions of who and what is behind racism, because we realize that there is a Neanderthal presence throughout the world. And then there's diffusion of the Homo sapien that comes out of Africa, infuses with the Neanderthal. But then there is a second degree that comes and brings chaos. And this is when the great explosion happened, the volcano. So when this happens, it frees the Europeans from out of the caves. So now you've got a different degree of a Neanderthal. You've got one that has been descended in the underground for so long that they can't even take sunlight on their skin. Now, they want to block out the sun. So the level of racism has now reached to even racism against the sunlight. That's how we have to see it. So before we go into the next stage, the floor is open. Ross Cypher wanted to come in.
Yes, family, give thanks. Yeah, the reason I did ask I said, "Oh, could you stop it?" Only because what I want to say now is because the shape of that image that you had there, what the brother had up there on the screen of the shape of the heads of the Neanderthals. Well, very just conveniently, I was actually listening to a program today or yesterday, um, which was a brother from the Black Secret. You know, there's an organization called the Black Secret run by Doctor. I don't know if he's a doctor, but Walker, Robin Walker, the Black historian. They call him the Black History Man, and he has some really great discussions, and people come onto his platform, and a brother came on there today and he was talking about this same thing about the shape of the heads of the when these Europeans now when they're creating when they're creating when they find a skull and then they're using the scientific methods to rebuild the faces and all of this thing. Well, this brother is one of those. He knows this stuff. And you know, and he knew all the scientific names. I don't know the scientific names, but he knew the different scientific names for the different types of head skulls and all of these things. And one thing that which was so interesting, why I asked there if you could hold it, because those people who had the Neanderthal shaped heads were flat back, you know, which like the Chinese have now, you know, from their neck, from their back to their straight up through their neck and then into their head, like it's straight, where the and like the Chinese have got it, a lot of the Asians have got it, and they do not have like the head like Tutankhamun. I can't remember what they call it. You know, there's a special name for that skull of Tutankhamun. The shape of that elongated head, which they found in different places in South America on the Yucatan Peninsula and those places, the elongated skulls. But really, those elongated skulls are just natural black African skulls, according to this brother, you know? And also, the other ones are as well, because there's different stages. He was saying there's 3 stages of shaping of the head, which was like with the shape of Africa. If we could imagine, like, you know, if we're looking at the shape of Africa as a black person, you know, where you've got the West Africa being that shape of a skull, that you know, that's how you can see Africa as a shape of a skull in that sense. That large bulge at the back of the head, which would be like the west of Africa as compared to the east, is a type of, is a scientific name for that, which is what Tutankhamun had. And the majority of the people, but also, and like, so the people, like he was saying, the people of the Yoruba, they have this elongated skull and all of that, but the people in Ghana now, they don't actually have that elongated skull. They have more of the flat, medium to low protrusion out of the back of the head to people in Ghana. So what he was saying is that these people, even when they went into, initially, when they went into out of Africa, back in the way back in the time, when they went out of Africa, they had the flat backs, the people who actually made that journey and created the civilizations over there were actually the people with the lower, with the lesser protrusion, more of a flat, you know, medium to flat back head, and it showed in that those pictures of the caveman, of the people coming out of the caves. Only one of them had the elongated head shape out of all of the pictures that they had gathered together and put in that slide. So that's very interesting, and that has actually come into the stage of what they call eugenics. And eugenics was the side with the science of where they're claiming characteristics of intelligence and etc. being with the different skull shaped heads of people, which is called eugenics. And this is the scientific validation, which is a pseudoscience, they say, a false science, the scientific validation of the superiority scale, the white superiority scale, or the fairer skinned, the lighter skinned people scale of it. Yeah, I'll leave that there because I could go well into that, because I don't know if the idea know, in Jamaica is where all of that actually was actually the eugenics program was actually researched in Jamaica in the 1900s and late 1800s, 1900s. That's where that, and into the 20th century, that's where the science through Darwin. He was one of these people who they say, this great person who's given us evolution. Darwin, he was one of these eugenicists. It was his knowledge, and I think his brother, I think, was one of the major proponents of this false science. And they actually did the experiments in Jamaica. And as the IBM know, the IBM computers from America was the IBM computers in America was born out of the Carnegie people, the Carnegie Institute and the Carnegie dynasty, or whatever they may be, the Carnegie family. It was there, the Carnegie in America, that they founded the IBM computers. Well, it was the Carnegie in Jamaica that where they did all the experiments through the Carnegie Institute. Yes, that is one aspect that I wanted to just say. And another thing which is very interesting of the program was that the theorists on Santorini, I don't know if you remember when I was talking about that a little while ago, you know, that the after the Hyksos invasion of Egypt, that the theory of Santorini volcano that blew up actually caused the end of it caused a decline of the Egyptian civilization. And it is when what we're reading about in the Bible of the Red Sea and the opening up of the Red Sea and all the plagues and all of the effects of that Santorini blowing up were the 10 plagues of Egypt, where the land, where the locusts came, and the all the different aspects of what we read in the Bible concerning the Exodus, or the destruction of Egyptian civilization, and the Exodus out of the land, which may well have been to do with that catastrophe of Thera of Santorini. And another thing I would just like to say, and this would be my last thing, is that the dating that that they have, that they were talking about 100,000 years of of uh, civilization, like the modern man, etc. Well, the people there's certain scholars of the Igbo people who actually claim they can claim their history back to between 500,000 and 350,000 years. So this idea of this modern man coming in 100,000 years ago is questionable. I say questionable because of the because of the because of our African brothers telling us, African scholars telling us that there's 350 to 500,000 years of history of the Igbo people. And so where does this idea of 100,000-year-old, 100,000-year modern creation of the modern man come into it? That's what I question. And the reason I question it as well is because, as the item know, that I actually studied time, and there was in ancient Kemet, like they have the bark of 1 million years. There's which is the bark of 1 million years is which they were searching for. That is one thing that the Egyptians were actually searching for, the key to the ark, to the bark of 1 million years. And in that sense, that they're talking about millions of years. And I've actually found the bark of 1 million years, and it takes us back to 64 million years. In that sense, in that context, that if it can go back to 64 million years, how does man, that what I'm saying is that even though they've found these archaeological finds, these of anthropological finds of humanity, who is to say that their dating model is correct? The same European white supremacist fount of the given knowledge which we all study today. I'll leave that there, family. Thank you.
Yes, that great deal, great reason. Um, the European construct of evolution has everybody very confused. Tension, bring forth confusion. So that people really don't look up the origin. Yes, I for good.
No, Russ, you're unclear. I can't hear you very well. I don't know if there's something.
Oh, you can't? Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but you're not coming through clear.
Okay, go on. All right, how about now?
Can't hear you, Russ. Can't hear you at all.
How about now?
I can hear him. I can hear him. I hear him clear. He's clear now.
Okay, okay. You had the Bluetooth on in the car.
Yeah,
Um,
you're clear now, Russ. You're clear.
all right, yes, I give thanks. Yes, the idea that I got from learning this information on the different origins and the where did the white man come from, thinking about the culture, thinking about the secular culture, thinking about how they portray things. They want to make it seem, it's a very funny thing because sometimes they tease us or they say certain things to make you think something is shameful, even down to describing people as apes and whatnot. They were the ones who came up with the idea that this thing was shameful, and we kind of got caught up in the game because it's easy to say, oh, that person like a caveman, um, but it's not just a caveman. It's not the environment really. Uh, it's the practices of the quote unquote white man that makes him the white man. Racism that makes him who he is. Because, when we talk about the Cro-Magnon man, when we talk about the men in the Papua New Guinea, people from Australia, the Aborigines from Australia and such, who still have those descriptions. We see that. And we see them being close to nature. We see them being at a oneness with nature, not something that it was destructive. And Australia is still how it is. We didn't go to Australia to see it like some ravaged island with no life on it. So they didn't have those tendencies. So those tendencies are not really caveman, but it goes to a particular type of caveman where a particular extremity happened. And that is the result with the quote unquote mindset of this survival mechanism that has become a culture to these folks, to have them be so inferior in their minds, to have this complex. And then they create a false world of superiority that destroys everything. It makes you understand what is the purpose of this time when we talk about one love, when we talk about a reality of not hating as the core, but coming from a perspective of love, we'll understand, the situations that had people, people in this predicament, and then we'll understand even how the people who are going around teasing and causing problems and causing false narratives, they intentionally have something, to hide. They intentionally have something to not want to show. So therefore, they get us caught up in the game of shame, get us caught up in the game of um, degradation and these different things to bring people down to an animalistic level. But even on the animalistic level, some animals are more civilized than certain attributes that bring forth racism. So very interesting, and it shows you how things are not so black and white, uh but it is put in a sense that leads people to think this way, cause confusion, and not bring the mind to a state where it will be able to figure out what is really going on with our peoples. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Floor is open.
Yes, family. Another thing just to come back onto that video that was shown, and he was talking about where the Europeans came out of the caves after the Santorini, and they were in Anatolia, which is Turkey, and then places. Well, if we actually go back to the history, I think, which was around 1000 BC, the people of Anatolia, or up in there in Turkey, there was a where in Kemet there was the place called Abydos, which is the foundation of the uh, tombs of Osiris, etc. In those places, and it was a watery, there was a watery. It was a watery environment that they had created there in Abydos. They actually there's an Abydos in Turkey as well. I don't know if the item are aware, but there was an Abydos up there in Turkey. And when so there's an Abydos in the south and there's an Abydos in the north, because the Turkeys are also the Hittites who came in the biblical narrative. But up there in Abydos, which is going up towards the Black Sea, which is where is Troy. And they mentioned that the brother had mentioned Troy in the video, and if you read the Iliad and the story of Troy and the Troy, there was many Ethiopians involved in that war. So would I don't think personally, I don't think it was a racial war. I think the people who still in that period of time up in that area were black people, because even now in Turkey, there are black people. There are, even because we don't know about it too much. But I actually met a brother from there, a black brother from there, who told me about there were there's a black people who come from there. They're not these European type, Arab type white people, not all of them. I mean, I'm not saying they're cool. Of course they're there and they dominate. We can see it now that they dominate, but there's still a black presence in Turkey of black people who claim claim to be indigenous, not coming like kind of immigrants to the area. They actually say they originate there. So the interpretation of European history is such a I think we can actually overturn the model of European history, because I think like the brother who wrote Black Athena, Martin Bernal, who spoke of the black origins of civilized Greek civilization. He wrote on that, Martin Bernal. Athena, Black Athena, Volume 1 and 2, he wrote. And Martin Bernal, he actually, he said that all these people were black, but what he coined was the actual after the decipherment of the Shabaka stone in 1822 by a brother from France called Champollion, a young man. I think he was just a young youth, who actually deciphered the Rosetta Stone. After that, then the Europeans, so we're only talking about 200 years ago, they then were able to start interpreting history from Woolley and all of these supposedly great professors of archaeology and Egyptology and Assyriology, these people. So their dominant thoughts of racial superiority, where he coined it the Aryan model. The Aryan model, Aryan as in the Aryans are Aryan, the Aryan model, was founded after 1822. So we're talking about the first half of the 19th century is where this interpretation of world history has been built upon the shoulders of these investigators who then gave their race, because don't forget, this is Britain was a very race, it is and was a very it's the mother and father of racism around the world. This is the mother of racism, this country. So they promoted this white superiority doctrine and then interpreted the whole of history, world history, with that vein leading, with the vein of racism and white superiority leading the research. And then so anything that is measured against the mastery of these professors who first put out their ideas, their racist ideas of white superiority, and were looking and all this idea that the Egyptians were white people and that they do anything they can. They even make them to be aliens more than have them to be black people. They say of Akhenaten, oh, was he an alien because he had an elongated head? Well, he had an elongated head. The problem with him is that his head shape is a black man's head shape, and they've tried to put white features on the black man's skull. So in China, or not white features, let me say the Asiatic features, more Asiatic features on that skull of Tutankhamun. And so this is how they make this white Aryan model, which then, and that can take us right into the time when the Greeks invaded Egypt and then created the Serapis, and then it takes us into, as we spoke about this a few weeks ago, it takes us into Serapis, and then it takes us into Arius and the Arius doctrine. And the Arius doctrine is what is the Aryan doctrine, and the Aryan doctrine was then carried up into the Germanic tribes in about the 8th century, 700 and odd. It was carried by the German tribes into the Caucasus regions of Europe, up into northern hemisphere up there in Europe. So this is where this Arianism that is the path through it, and then which then came into the doctrine of Hitler and the Germans. Well, before Hitler, these people who run England, these are the German royalty. Queen Victoria was a German. So the British royal family are German. So they are these people who have come up with this doctrine. So this white superiority doctrine, the actual British royal family are the head of it. And as we saw His Majesty go there and take the Order of the Garter in 19, I think it was 70s. In the 70s, he went and took the Order of the Garter, 72, I think. This is when he conquered them. This is when he actually conquered them. In that sense, spiritually, where they had to bow down and give him his credentials as the King of Kings in the Order of the Garter. So this racial thing, it's so, we can take it off into many avenues of like where I've just gone. We've gone we've gone back into when the Greeks went into Egypt, etc. Well, this is where, and when the Greeks did go into Egypt, they were not white people, by the way. This is another thing. At that time, they were not white people, because one thing we have to remember as well, I don't know, I come from a mixed family. It only takes 3 generations. I've got white people in my family and jet black people in my family in 3 generations. Right? So the idea, so if we're thinking about 3 generations, we're talking about say between 90, let's say between 90 and 150 years, between three to four generations, say not between 90 and 150 years. If we could imagine 500 years, we're talking about 16 to 17, 18 generations of people. So the appearance of a people can change very rapidly. So in those times of the foundation of when the Greeks come into Egypt, they weren't white people. The Byzantine Empire was not white people. It became whiter towards the end of it. But like Carthage, Carthage, which was the Carthage civilization, which is which is Morocco now. That civilization of Carthage, which was in North Africa, Morocco, is a black civilization. That's where Saint Anthony come from, who they talk about. So, and all these church fathers who they talk about in the history of the church, they're black people. So the whitening of it is only really happened after the Renaissance in about 1600. And then when the British then get hold of it, or the British and French and Germans got hold of it, and Italians, in the 18th century, 19th century, into the 20th century, where it's become a dominant mindset and an accepted paradigm, which is the paradigm is the Aryan model. So I think that's sort of a comprehend, as much as I want to say on that, to take the discussion further. Yes, I give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks. Floor is open. Anyone else want to comment? Floor is open. All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Minister Lai is still available?
Yes, I'm right here. I'm right here. So when we think about racism and we look at the root of this segregated group and the extent of their plundering and pillaging the earth, none of the indigenous peoples were in these aspects, in this aspect, as we have witnessed plummeting the earth, destroying everything. So now we see, how does that extend into today? And will it extend into today?
Sorry, Russ, will it extend into what?
Today.
Russ?
How, and like like how do you feel now seeing it? Because earlier you were saying I just want us to line it up that these are different in a certain level, but so we can pinpoint who these are, because how they become invested in our systems before it became their systems, and what did they do to justify their position? Floor is open. Anyone got any thoughts? Anything? I mean, we're going to keep going into it, but we want to get the read.
Yes, Fire. Yes, King. I would say that how they actually made it theirs is they created laws around their system. They created their system, and then with the creation of laws is how they control the system. So then any dissent is fashioned with intellectual gymnastics to actually shut people down with law, because this is clever manipulation of words which create laws, and then the interpretation of those laws is how judges then maintain it, and then and that's why we have advocacy in courts, because the different lawyers would give a reasoned argument to an interpretation of a certain set of words, which then the judge would either agree with or disagree with. And this is how you're able to win a case by law, how you're able to win or lose a case by the interpretation of those laws. But if those laws, I mean, as it says in the Bible, that they make unjust laws, and unjust laws is a sin against the creator. So this is how they maintain the system, by creating law upon law, and amending laws, moving the goalposts to suit their agenda continually. So that is how it is fashioned, by law. Yes, sir. Give thanks.
Yes, I. Yes, I. Fashioned in their law, fashioned under their law of conquest. Yes, I. Anyone else? Someone else? Floor is open.
To the chair.
Yes, I. Yes, I. Come forward.
Salam, yes. Have the item ever cite the movie Adwa by Haile Gerima? Have you ever cite that movie?
No, sir. I've never seen it, beloved. Never.
Yeah, it's more on like a documentary type that it's like a eye view, camera's eye view of the five Rosses that met Menelik II at the battle at Ottawa, leaving their traditional provinces. But it starts talking about a dragon that's menacing the village, right? But then it goes even into these people that are coming, that has been menacing the people, right? and it's Europeans, and they give a very interesting origin of these people. I haven't seen it nowhere else, you know, but they give a very interesting origin of where these people come from and how they got started. So if anyone, get a chance to go and view that movie, it's called, Adawa, the first one that Holly Jarima put together. I think you'll find it very interesting in what the Ethiopians say the origin of the Europeans are. Yes, I do think.
Can you give us a brief summary of what he says that they are us, please?
Well, on the movie, it says that they come from lights, like lights, like ticks, lights, like. I mean, it's. I don't know.
Lice,
Yeah,
Lice.
yeah, I don't know. But that's what he says on the movie, and it's very graphic. So I don't know where that Ethiopian origin comes forward from, but that's what it's stated in the movie. Ottawa. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anyone else?
Yes, I was just going to say, give thanks. One of the ways that they do to keep the system going is because they agree, because they put their energy into what they agree on. And same way we supposed to be correcting abuses, it's the same way they feel like they must protect themselves from what's basically the same thing, protecting ourselves from annihilation. That's essentially what they feel like they're doing. But they agree in a certain essence, and it allows their system, their global white supremacist system, to function because everyone has a hand in the pot to gain something or to be on a similar mission in order to have a similar goal. Yes, sir.
Yes, if I could come back again, if we go back to the way that they actually came and
Yes, sir.
through trade colonize not only the country but the minds of the people, and their dishonesty and their backbiting and their backstabbing and failure to maintain integrity in the agreements which they made, which were only used as camouflage to actually eventually step in the lands and take over the lands, which were first as I said, they went in there with protectorate policies, and the protectorates were that they would how they were protecting the trade was that if they say they go into an area, say Nigeria, in the river Niger, they go into the area. They then go in there to protect the trade. Well, who were they protecting the trade? Who were they protecting the indigenous people from? They were protecting them from, the protection was from other Europeans. So then they would say, "Oh, well, yeah, we'll protect you. That we're not going to allow any French people to come in here and mash up your land. We'll protect. We this is our protectorate. We protect you." So that's just like rival gangs in a, like if we put it down into a city, that's rival gangs saying, well, this is Chinatown, this is Italian town, this is black people's town. So the black people extort the people in the black town. The Italians protect the people in the Italian town. The Chinese protect the Chinese in the Chinese town. However, they're all thieves. They're all working together. So they make agreement then to say, okay, the Chinese will say, well, this is our boundary. The Italians say, this is our boundary. The black people say, this is our boundary. So don't cross the boundaries, and we won't trouble you. You go and take the money out of that lot. You go and take the money from this lot. You go and take the money from this lot. So this is the mafia organization of international trade, and this is how they're still maintaining control of the world through international trade and trade agreements. And this is why we see all the trouble going on now between the American, British, or the American, I'll say the West, and the BRICS organizations. Again, it's still the key element of the whole of the systems, and when I say systems, because Russia and China are another system which they create, which they're building up, what they're calling multipolar. But then there's the European system, which is disintegrating because of the nature of American hegemony over other people who were their father, were their father of empire, the British and the Dutch and the Germans and the Belgians and all of these people who are all conglomerate in America, the Italians and all of the people who are conglomerate in America, who work together in one accord to oppress the world. Well, they're still doing it, but they're crumbling. So this is where we're seeing the pull between the East and the West. But nevertheless, thanking our brother Thomas Sankara, as it was such an eventful day. He's the Chibo, perhaps the spark, the igniter to actually be able to oppose this economic system of trade, because it's trade. This is the whole thing. Where he's actually cornered his gold, etc. He's on a dangerous ground, as you know, because what happened with Gaddafi and etc.
That's safe.
And Thomas Sankara, any black leader who tries to benefit his people and to create another system becomes an enemy of worth killing. And this is where we're at now. So it's still a war, and that is the
Rasifa.
Raw face.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
What's interesting is that name, Ibrahim Traore. We've been talking about Ori. So it's a time and it's a representation. And another thing too about the quote unquote races is that there's only one race, is the black race. What we see in other peoples as in the differences from black peoples are mutations, recessive genes. So within their systems, if we look at Asia, from India to Japan and China, they have systems. Asia with India has their caste system. The Middle East have a castration system. And also Asia has a system where they praise paleness. So what has happened in the case of what we see as racism, because before the Europeans came up with the Great Renaissance and in 16 something, when they came up with um white, um everyone was from their tribe and people had some type of linkages. But we see this thing that came down with these people that came down from the, you know, Asiatic European area. And there was a lot of rape and pillaging, and they came with these caste systems after wars. And through these systems, that is how they maintain their race, quote unquote. And then from their perspective, they give people different categories to place themselves in into different races. And we see them falsifying all the way up to how they even cast the race of the Neanderthal, because whiteness is only a thing of about 6,000 years ago, about 6,000 to maybe 20,000 to its beginning stages. But it's because of intentional breeding, and intentional breeding where they do things like what we see in the Middle East. They castrate the black males, and then they have the other people being put into categories where they put the darker ones less of a chance to, you know, replicate. And then thus we have these different segments. But other than that, ain't no bunch of different races here and there. It's all the different peoples of the tribe of Israel, quote unquote. It's all the people of the different seven queens. And some people just deemed it their business to stay as they are as a mutation. So for them to maintain that, they must create international law. They must create narratives. They must create languages even to deem the people of a certain origin of humanity to be negative, because they are fully against nature and everything that they have through their literature, down to their secular movies today. They're still against nature. So, uh, yeah, it's a mechanism for survival, but a survival of a thing that causes a destruction to the environment, a thing that a survival of a glitch in the system to maintain itself as the positive when it's not the positive. Yes, sir.
Sincere.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Shaka.
Assalamu alaikum, Nakimu. Well, we cite the whole systematic setup. Well, they have the so-called white codes that was enacted on behalf of the race, right? That's the whole yoke of oppressive that the majesty come to break. And it's the whole yoke that put them through the struggle that he went through, you know, because they came up with new slogans and new processes called appeasement. The whole new thing of appeasement was to, they sacrificed our father, Abakadus Kedamari Haile Selassie Siyom Exhibir, for the appeasement of Europe, of European peace. And all of them was in on it. The United States was in on it. During that time, Franklin Roosevelt came up with the neutrality position for America, that they wouldn't take no part in foreign wars. You know, all of them had a cause that they claimed for not for turning their backs on Ethiopia. After they had signed the treaty of the Kellogg-Briand Pact, outlawing war, where all nations will remove war out of their government cabinet and resolve disagreements peacefully. Were signed by all of them, right? So they didn't honor that because they said they would not send their white sons to Ethiopia and shed their sons' blood on behalf of those black Africans' blood, you know, to uphold morality. So our father, His Majesty, became the first sacrifice on behalf of the peace of Europe, you know, and he overcame them. You know, it was him against the world, literally. It was he stand alone against the world, literally. And our king overcame them. You know, but we have to know this what we're talking about to keep the status quo. That's what was up. That's what the king was up against. That was the major fight of what he was up against. And we see it's Daniel chapter 7, Daniel chapter 9, verse 7. You know, they should think to change times of law. And but the judgment shall sit. The judgment that the king gives, it shall sit. And if that judgment shall
One
take
moment,
away their
Chaplain.
dominion, to
Brother, 148. Could you mute your mic? Look at 148.
yes, I that confess that
Okay, thanks.
judgment that's given by the king that creates division and the foundation for international morality, which is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. They should try to remove that judgment, but they can't. And that judgment shall stand, and it shall take away their dominion of their ruthlessness and immorality in which they invade people countries under the cloak of some other what thing they want to claim it, and it shall be removed, you know. And after that, the whole heavens and the whole kingdom under the heavens shall be given to the saints of the Most High, who shall inherit it as an everlasting kingdom. So, what's currently going on with Abraham Torre is just a start of that prophecy becoming true, you know, accomplishing the true mission of the Organization of African Unity that the fathers set for the first foundation, you know, and how that thing was attacked because every president of the new liberation was individually attacked and had a coup etat in this country, all the way up leading up to the king as the last one. You know, all the ones around the king, they had coups in their countries, little by little, done by their own people who looks like them, but with a foreign hand that was backing it. You know, so we see the foundation that has been established, and that's the mysticism of the king, how he restored it and conquered it. Because when the king came forward in 1941, May 5th, they set ones in his camp that was there to fight his centralization of his government. From that time to now, because after the king came forward, the British before they let them come to Addis Ababa, they were trying to keep them out of Addis Ababa, and they established um, the enemy territory, you know, allied enemy territory. Like, you know, Ethiopia can reclaim their sovereignty. Now this is allied territory, you know. They claiming it for the allied forces like it's allied territory. And His Majesty wasn't trying to hear any of that, but they tried. So many people don't know the clandestine war that was going on after His Majesty returned May 5th, 1941. He had a war of diplomacy with the British from 1941 to 1945. And he won that war of diplomacy against them because no treaty, in every treaty they tried to come with over him, he always checkmated it and out skillfully, through skillfully diplomacy, ended up the winner of the treaty. That's a part of the history that a lot of us don't know. After 1941, that war of diplomacy His Majesty waged with the British to get his sovereignty. Yes, I give thanks.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. Nagusa salam. Yeah, on that same subject, Russ, I know that down in the south of Ethiopia.
Hold up one moment. Hold up one moment. Let's get back to making a clarity on this. The European aspect in our time comes in a three-wave process. We first learn of now their origin and the mental trauma from which they came and which developed their genetic imprint in which they carry as they scourge the earth in that same genetic imprint. We ourselves are not innocent of the aspects in which they enter into our environment and in which they enter into our system. Because we're going to start here because of the Mameluke actually reach into what we call the Ottoman Empire. And the Ottoman Empire is also which classes with the last stage of the Persian Empire, which is an Ethiopian empire. And the Ottoman Empire enters into what would become the basis of many of the rulerships of the European rulership today. So the Mamelukes were non-Arab, ethnical diverse slave soldiers, not traders, soldiers, and freed slaves who held high-ranking military and administrative positions within the Muslim world, particularly in the Arab and the Ottoman dynasties. They originated from Central Asia and the Caucasus and played a crucial role in the military and political landscape of the Mameluke sultans of Egypt and Syria, ruling from 1250 to 1517. Key aspects of the Mameluke, origins and status. The Mamelukes were primary non-Arab soldiers of Turkic Circassian origins who were converted to Islam and trained as warriors, military and administrative roles. So we're going to go a little further back, one more step also with this, because we're going to get into another service. Yes. All right, so we get Septimius Servius, and this goes into what we would call Punic era. The Punic era going into what's called Carthage, which will become Rome. Rome. Lucius Septimius Servius was the Roman Empire from 193 to 211, who was born in Leptimius Magna, present-day Al-Qums, Libya, in the Roman province of Africa. As a young man, he advanced through the customary successions of officers under the reigns of Marcus Aurelius and Commodus. Servius was final contender to seize power after the death of Emperor Parthenix 193 in the year. All right, let's go a little further. Put him in the right area. They go through a second wave. I'll read this a little bit. After deposing and killing the incumbent emperor Julianus, Servius fought his rival claimants, the Roman general Arcesius Niger and Clodius Albinus. Niger was defeated in 194 at the Battle of Issus and Clinic, and later that year, Servius waged a short punitive campaign beyond the eastern frontier, annexing the kingdom of Orion of Osroene as a new province. Servius defeated Albinus 3 years later at the Battle of Lugdunum in Gaul. Remember Gaul now. Following the consolidations of his rule over the western province, Servius waged another brief, more successful war in the east against the Parthian Empire, sacking their capital, Cestium, in 197 and expanding the eastern frontier to Tigris. He then enlarged and frontiered the Limes Arabicus and Arabia Patria. In 202, he campaigned in Africa and Mauritania against, now this is very important, the Garmants, capturing their capital in Garama and expanding the Limes of Tripolitanus along the southern desert frontier of the empire. With his second wife, Julia Domna, Servius had two sons. Elder Casius was proclaimed Augustus or co-emperor in 198 in the year Geta. In 209, Servius traveled to Britain. In 208, strengthening the Hadrian War and reoccupying Antonio's War. In 209, he invaded Caledon, the modern Scotland, with an army of 50,000 men, but his ambition was cut short when he died of an infectious disease in the early 211 in Ambrocius, modern York. This is where they get the King Arthur story. This is where they get the King Arthur story. Now, this is Carthage. This is what we would call Black Rome. And Servius dies in Britain. The Hardian Wall is a former defensive fortification of the Roman province in Britannia. It began in AD 122 in the reign of the Emperor Hadrian, running from Wasson on the river Tyne in the eastern boundness on Solent, and in the west of what is now northern England. It was a stone wall with large ditches in front and behind, and sketching across the whole width of the island. Soldiers were garrisoned along the line of the wall, and large forts, smaller and mild castles intervened, turrets in addition to the wall defense, military roles. Its gates may have been custom posts. So look how they running this. But this is where now you're dealing with the different groups of people in this area. I was trying to see if they would give it to us, but all right, Stafford Moreland's pans. You know, my brothers who are Moors, they love to hear when you say the Morelands. This is the Morelands pan that's in that area. So, um, the Latin and the Romanian Celtic names of all the Hardian wall forts are known from the Noting Dignitarian and other evidence such as inscriptions. They are listed here from the east to the west in their Latin and modern English names. So these are different forts listed all about, but they're going stretching through Europe across the wall. So, you know, I want you to get this aspect of this African Carthage Roman aspect here in these areas. And each one of these areas that they are holding these forts, eventually, who do they have manned a lot of these areas? And then these areas then become certain type of nobility claims. They become nobility claims. I'm going to go a little further back one more time. So now we're going back into Kemet's time. So we're going to look at these different stages and times in each one of them, how we intermingled in military aspects with the Goth, the Gauls, the Vangoths, which we're then speaking about this European stock. But let's get another understanding of it as well right here. Horemheb, he ruled for at least 14 years between 1319 BC and 1292. He had no relation to the preceding royal family. This is very important because this is how this actual what we're witnessing in certain aspects get started. Horemheb, no connection to the preceding royal family other than by marriage to Mut-Neb-Met, who is thought, though disputed, to have been the daughter of the predecessor A. He is believed to have been of common birth. All right, let's get into the story. And 27-year reign disputed. A successor Ramses the First, Amina Mut The Memphite tomb, 18th dynasty, coming through that. Memphite tomb, the Cartouche, Abydos, the King's List, the Temple of Seti. Before he became pharaoh, Horemheb was the commander-in-chief of the army under the reigns of Tutankhamun, King Tut, and Ea. After his ascension to throne, he reformed the Egyptian state, and it was during his reign that the official action against the preceding Amana rulers began, which is why he is considered the ruler who restabilized his country after the troublesome and the divisive Amana period. Horemheb's demolished monuments of Unknown, reusing the rubble in his own building projects and usurped the monuments of Tutankhamun and Ea. Horemheb presumably had no surviving sons, as he appointed as his successor his vizier, Parames, who would assume the throne as Ramses the First. Okay, now let's go deeper into this about Horemheb. Let me see if I can get it. Well, let's read a little bit more. I want you to know who he is. Horemheb is the belief originally come from Hens on the west bank of the Nile near the entrance of Fahim, since his coronation text formally credits the god Horus of Hens for establishing him on throne. A statue of Horemheb as an official. His parentage is unknown, but he is believed to have been a commoner, according to the French Egyptologist Nicolas Grimal. Horemheb does not appear to be the same person as Pateneb or Aten is present in the jubilation, who was the commander-in-chief of Ankheten's army. Ramal notes that Horemheb's political career began under Tutankhamun, where he is depicted at this king's side in his own tomb chapel at Memphis. In the earliest known stages of life, Horemheb served as a royal spokesman for the foreign affairs and personally led a diplomatic mission to visit the Nubian governors. This resulted in a reciprocal visit by the Prince of Niam Annabal to Tutankhamun's court, an event that is depicted in the tomb of the Viceroy Hugh. Horemheb quickly rose to prominence under Tutankhamun, becoming commander-in-chief of the army and advisor to the pharaoh. Horemheb's specific titles are spelled out in his Saqqara tomb, which was built while he was still only an official. Hereditary prince, fan bearer of the right side of the king, and chief commander of the army. In the attendance of the king in his footsteps in the foreign countries of the south and the north, and the king's messenger in front of his army to the foreign countries to the south and the north, and the sole companion, he who is by the feet of the Lord on the battlefield on the day of killing Asiatics. Relief of Horemheb's tomb in Saqqara, receiving the gold of honor collar. Relief for showing the court's official dragging Tutankhamun's coffin. Horemheb is possibly the person closest. And that's the question there, because they're saying he's not written in Tutankhamun's thing. When Tutankhamun died while a teenager, Horemheb had already been officially designated as the Iripot, basically the hereditary or crown prince. This is also disputed. And Idnan, the deputy of the king in the entire land by the child pharaoh. So he manipulated the position by saying that the child pharaoh who died placed him at this level. So we're going to see where the question comes in. Found and described in Horemheb at the private Mensa tombs, okay, the cartouche, later usurped by Okay, the Memphite tombs guard Tuten since the Child Kings. The cartouche, although later usurped by Horemheb as kings, have been found on the block when adjoins the famous gold of honor scene in large portions. The royal couple depicted in the scene and in the adjacent scene 76, which shows Horemheb acting as an intermediary between the king and a group of subject foreign rulers. They're telling you how he just went in the tomb and did some stuff, but he became between the foreign rulers, and this is very important, and therefore to identify as Tutankhamun the Akhensinamun. This makes it very unlikely from the start that any titles of honor claimed by Horemheb in the inscriptions in the tomb are fictitious. The title Erie or hereditary prince was used very frequently in Horemheb's cartoon, but not combined with any other words. When used alone, Egyptologist Alan Gradil has shown that Erie Pot's title contains features of ancient descent and lawful inheritance, which is identical to the designation for a crown prince. This means that Horem was openly recognized heir to Tutankhamun's throne and not Ea, Tutankhamun's immediate successor. The Dutch Egyptologist Jacobs and Van Jecks observes that there is no indication that Horemheb always intended to succeed Tutankhamun. Obviously, not even he could possibly have predicted that the king would die without issue. It must be always have been understood that his appointment as crown prince would end as soon as the king produced an heir, and that he would succeed Tutankhamun only in the eventuality of an early or childless death of the sovereign. There can be no doubt that nobody outranked the hereditary prince of the Upper and Lower Egypt, and that the deputy of the king in the entire land, except the king himself, that Horemheb was entitled to the throne once the king had unexpectedly died without issue. This means that it is A and not Horemheb's succession that calls for an explanation. Why was A able to ascend the throne upon the death of Tutankhamun, despite the fact that Horemheb had at that time already been official heir to the throne for almost 10 years? See, so Horemheb then battles A. So let's get into this right here. Um, all right, so here we go right here. Um, they go. This is where A and the whole thing goes in, where Horemheb is denied. Tutankhamun's queen chose not to marry Horemheb, a comma, and he is therefore solidified A's kingship. Kwai notes that Horemheb himself likely did not plot revenge on A, probably because A was old and would likely die soon and merely keep his military power. After A's reign, which lasted for a little over 4 years, Horemheb managed to seize power, presumably thanks to his position as commander of the army, and to assume what he must have perceived to be his reward for having ably served Egypt under Tutankhamun and A. Horemheb resented A's attempt to sideline him from the royal succession and acted to quickly remove Nakhtem rival's claim to the throne and arranged to have A's tomb desecrated by smashing the latest sarcophagus and systematically chiseling A's name and figure out of the tomb wall and probably and probably destroying A's mummy. Horemheb also usurped and enlarged A's mortuary temple at Medinet Habu for his own use and erased A's titular on the back of a 17-foot colossal statue by carving his own titular in place. Horemheb's actions against A were a damnatio memoria to remove the memory of his rival from the historical records. However, he spared Tutankhamun's tomb from vandalism, presumably out of respect because it was Tutankhamun who had overseen his rise to prominence in the first place, and because he had no antagonism with Tutankhamun. So now the dispute for the reign comes in under Tutankhamun's mother. Um, Also, so let me see, get it down in here. I thought it was right. Yeah. So that's important. All right. I thought it would have been right here. Go back one. So it's gonna have to be They're giving me everything but the thing I really need to get to where personal life, parentage. Okay, this will get it right. Mm, Robson. Give it everything. All right, where's his mom? Well, I was trying to show where everyone was against Horemheb's rule, and they set up a simultaneous kind of rule. And Horemheb was basically over the military and also over what you would call mercenary forces. Most of them were foreign military, meaning they were going out just the same as the Mameluke. They were building and they were taking from foreign slave gathering and so forth and turning them into military soldier might. These military constructs like this became what became the forces of a white Rome, white Britain, eventually the Ottoman collapse under the Mameluke, which then translated into a change of precision in the priesthood. And then the Pope went on that papal reign. So we look at all of these stages and we know that we as a people are not innocent of what took place. We were fighting amongst ourselves in certain precisions. So when we look at history playing it back, it's quite confusing um, because of the element of not knowing our story, as the global people, you know. So a lack of not knowing that allows us to be manipulated through falsehood. So looking at how the mercenary army aspects and the capturing of slaves and our role in that created organizational structures and so forth that played a role into our own loss of authority and power in Northern Africa, and then eventually throughout all of Africa. So what is the face of racism? Floor is open before we pull up the next document and have a discussion on this.
Yes, Farah. What I would just say before we go on, that the Punic Wars, what they call the Punic Wars, and again, this is a European designation. It's not a designation, but a European interpretation to give it a name as Punic Wars, because Punic was a language. And the Punic language was the language of which was the remnants of the Ethiopian Empire, because it was the language of the Phoenicians. The language of the Phoenicians, which was in Canaan, is Punic. And they are the people who founded Carthage, which was a black people's not civil, a black people's empire of city-states, which rivaled Rome. Carthage itself actually rivaled Rome in splendor. So this is the misinterpretation of history again, with what they call the Punic Wars. Well, the Punic Wars was the remnants of the last remnants of the Cushitic Empire, which the Carthage was an empire of city-states, where it had spread all over the Carthage. The influence of Carthage had spread all over what they call the Levant and southern Europe, and this is still the black people's civilization, or the black people's power. And again, it's and as I was just say again, the Punic is the language of the Phoenicians. That's all I want to say to that, Russ. I think, for that section, give thanks.
Anyone else? Anyone else?
And one other thing I'd like to say, again, the interpretation of the history around Meripata, was it Meripata, his name? Who you're talking about, the one who took over from A, who was in conflict with A. This period again, where you see that it starts in over 1320. 1320 is the beginning. It is the most important place in the age science, because it is when there was a heliacal rising of Sirius, the beginning of the cycle of the heliacal rising of Sirius at 1320, when Tutankhamun and this died, and this conflict over the throne became. And what I was thinking when you was mentioning that is that the controversy over this is where Moses and all the alleged exodus out of Egypt and all that is supposed to have occurred just after that period, like they say 1298 or something like that. Well, we're talking about 1320. So, so this period of struggle, what you're talking about in Egypt there is over this particular, specific, and most important junction in the history of time, that it all happened there. And I just find it the problems that are come around with the interpretation of history in focused on that point in time is is it, I'd say, not to say it's questionable, but like to actually put the history that they're giving us to around that period and these and their interpretation of when this person ruled and when that person ruled and all of the machinations of the conflict are all subject to their interpretation of time, which is at best suspect. You know, it's at best suspect because they've crammed so many dynasties. You know, their interpretation of history, and they've crammed so many dynasties in a very short period of time, where it becomes very questionable that, you know, which questions the whole chronological model. This is what I stand on, like the, you know, I challenge their whole chronological model based on the astronomy and the significance of the astronomy and the significance of when conflicts occur in world history relative to specific astronomical junctions in time. So that gives us the astronomy gives us a broader vision where you could say to anybody where we could say to anybody with any discipline, whatever scientific discipline you want to bring to it, geology, geology, geography, world history, how they fit into the model, the astronomical model, which most importantly is predicated on the Ethiopian king list, because the Ethiopian king list is scientifically and astronomically and age scientifically correct, where it works in perfection once you understand how to do it. So how history and the interpretation and setting events in that paradigm is something which challenges the given interpretation of world history, especially in the BC, because they're so, you know, they use a margin of error of a couple of 100 years in the BC anyway. With, you know, before they even start, there's a 200-year margin of error. That means there's 400 years sway in whatever is going to be given. So I'll leave that there, Russ. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, okay. Let's show this last little clip here. And we'll close this element.
Are you there, Russ?
Yeah, wrong.
Oh, okay.
You ready to close up, Minister? Are you about to pull out something?
Yes. Yeah. Phillips. For some reason, it's not screen sharing. Um, I don't know why I'm screen share right now. It was Clyde Winters, a little discussion on the Punic and Punt and the Nagas of the Ethiopian and the empire and understanding the royalty in each of the areas under the empire of Ethiopia, that Kushite empire, which leads to those so-called things that we just discussed, from Septimius Servius to the 18th dynasty, to even the 18th dynasty Horemheb, talking about the battle with the Armana period. When we know, studying the Armana letters, you'll really get to understand the fullness of that Kushite Ethiopian empire. But
Sorry?
But as we look at the stages in which the racism entered into our system, it came in the aspects of war. It came in the aspects of our division. And it has harnessed and kept that alive. The division, the aspects of war that keeps it empowered. And then it found a way to make sure that that reality of who and what we are was not bred back into us, and it was bred out of us. It was bred out of us mentally. It was bred out of us spiritually. Then they made sure that the genetical memory would not be rebooted by then creating a biological attack upon our beings, thereby inflicting the thirst into the highest level. As His Majesty said, the youth today face the highest war of propaganda than ever before. So the shields of the system of racism, His Majesty last week we read said that it finds its way in economics, the value system of the world, to still divide us, to still plague us with oppression, and to still create and wage war, to take its finances and divide leaders of Africa from the internal morality of protecting and taking care of their people to their own selfish intent. But by the words of His Imperial Majesty, we would, however, add these last requirements. What is needed above all is patience, which accepts delays while striving to overcome them, and tolerance, which comprehends our weakness, our selfish ambitions, our narrow self-interest, while seeking to strengthen our will and stiffen our moral fiber and devotion to principle and international morality, which can alone arm and shield and support us in the daily strife, which is our fate as we toil to better the lot of Africa and all men everywhere. Unless we find the request, courage, and fixity of purpose to rise above our petty selves, we shall be broken on the wheel of our own inventions, slaves of our own. See, we, in many ways, are the creators of this reality. You know, the video also was going to play last was a video where we played before showing how the ancients, where it's documented in Sanskrits as well, but showing the ancients advising us and guiding us and showing that there were travels even beyond this world in ancient times, showing that the ancients explained to us that our etheric nature demanded that we kept the Ma'atim balance within us, or we could affect our environment. And in affecting our environment, we in the ancient times affected the ionosphere of this planet through our energies disbalance, which caused the meteorite shower, which thereby caused what we today are dealing with, where there is one group of us who are able to go into the underground cities of the earth and maintain the measurements, the 144, while there were other groups who did not heed the warning and fled in the last and then became stuck in anguish, and they ended up losing the measurements, destroying the nature, and falling from their heavenly state, becoming what we are now discussing, those fallen ones who brought hell from out of the lower bellies of the earth themselves. And as we look that there are the realities of which our consciousness in a disbalanced state created something that then created fallen people who then were traumatized and broken in the genetics understandings of life. And when they came forth in their animalistic ways, it was a waging of war, but then eventually the manipulation by our own to use the animalistic nature as a weapon against each other.
Ready, Russ?
And
Can I?
then that same group that we manipulated in the mercenarial aspects turned around in the longing for power and to sit on the thrones of direction. And they seized it. And they seized it. And they kept seizing it. And it has casted us into like a dream state, forgetting from whence we came. It's at the hour of 12:21, as prescribed by the president, Ross Kimian. We come to the hour where we do a shutdown and allow it could reboot and start the discussion again, but we do a closing at this point and thank those who rode with us to this hour. Ross Kimian.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Give thanks. Yes, yes. Great reasoning this evening. And yes, sir. So we cutting off here officially. And do we want to close up with the anthem, then the prayer? Yeah, so we'll close out with the anthem right here, and then we'll close out with a prayer from Rasifa. Yes, I give thanks.
There's no sound, Russ.
Got to be in that land of
to advance with love and light, with righteousness pleading. We hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading one cause.
Yes, family. I'm going to close with a prayer. And this is a prayer that I pray every day for the Mahel Safari, and which is I and I on earth who are surrounding the throne of Kadamawi Haile Selassie. And I put this prayer always to the angels that surround the throne of the Most High, Kadamawi Haile Selassie in the heavens. So I say, glory for the word, glory for sound, glory for power of the Most High, Kadamawi Haile Selassie, who is made man incarnate, Menfes Kedus. He's the I before the I beginning, he's the I right now, and he's the I for evermore, world without end. Selassie. Kedus, 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 Selassie. Kedus, Mikael. Kedus, Gabriel. Kedus, Raphael, three of the glorious seven who stand before the throne of him who lives and reigns. Gather thy legions of angels from the four corners of the earth to lift up high and high prayers before him who hears all prayer and who inhabits the praise of Israel. Kedus, Uriel. Kedus, Sutuel. Kedus, Phanuel. Kedus, Raguel Hoy, angel of justice and harmony. I thank thee for being an advocate for Amlak's will to be done throughout the universe. And I pray thee to help I see Kadamawi Haile Selassie in his full light and others in his light, that I may be a force for good in this world. And I, as the fiery swordsmen who gather around the throne of him who lives and reigns, Kadamawi Haile Selassie, the fiery swordsman on earth, I pray thee to lift I prayers on the wings of the wind to the highest angels, to give praise before him both day and night and day, from eve until morning, from morning till evening. And I pray thee, O Holy One, to pray in the name of Kidus Raphael, angel of happy meeting, lead us to those we are waiting for and those waiting for us. O Raphael, lead us by the hand to those we are looking for. May our movements be guided by your light and transfigured with your joy. Selassie, Kedus, Raphael. Ixiabius, fill thy hand with balm from heaven to soothe and cure our pain. Heal and console the victims of disease and guide our footsteps when doubtful of our ways. And since thou art the physician of Ixiabius, I pray thee to heal I and I souls of their many infirmities, and I bodies of the ills that afflict them, if this favor be for I and I greater good. I and I plead for angelic purity that I and I bodies may be fit to be the living temple of the Holy One of creation, Kadama, we highly Selassie. Kedus, 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 Selassie, Medani Alem, Berhani Alem, Hoeti Mizrak, Kidani Mehret, Talaku Meri, the great leader who does all by his will, by his right in his way for the merriness of the people. Siumixiabi Kadamawi Haile Selassie, light of this world. Amen. May he seal this gathering which we have here tonight, and let our brotherhood be built to a higher power and a higher strength that I and I shall be reaching out to the I and I brethren and sisters throughout the world. Selassie. Amen. Sium Kedus Kedus Kadamawi. Haile Selassie. Giving thanks.
Son, yes, son. Yes, son. So we've entered into this next hour, officially closed out. This is a different hour. Information is a little bit more advanced in a certain aspect. So we had a question and a statement given in the last closing part, which brought us to where we will read to, let's just say, get a build on certain things. But we're starting with a topic called.
Brady Russ, sorry, Russ, before you go on, please.
Yes.
Can I just ask you, because I was going to ask you this before, when you was bringing up Horem Heb and that he took over from Tutankhamun and Akhenaten, what was the I don't know if I missed the point. I don't know if I missed the point of Horem Heb. What was the point of Horem Heb's actions that you brought into the discussion? That's what I.
Horemheb seized power under his authority as a general, bringing in the forces of his mercenary army to help him be able to take that power. That's when the blood lineage rights were usurped in Egypt. But it came back in place, but he usurped the blood lineage right, going against the birthright after Tooten, but that was military force.
Okay.
The births, one of the first stages in which the military might and using also the foreign mercenary armies played a role in usurping the power. And that began a tradition as well. So that tradition of that foreign aspect being introduced and allowing to take power started in those stages. And that came from us with our mercenary armies and our wars against each other. But also in that aspect, we come to when we're talking about the Ethiopian Kings list, when we're talking about even King Azana, in the Ethiopian Kings list, there is no King Azana. It is Abrea. So they say Abrea would be for King Azana based on certain alignments in history. But this also goes when we get into Sumerian kings list, which also in places also where we get to Nimrod and the kings of Kish or the kings of Cush in the Sumer area. And it brings us to the topic of Enki and Enlil under the Gilgamesh, and Enki and Enlil being children of Anu meaning the Most High, but the city of On or the city of Heliopolis was also called the city of Anu. But Anu is the father of Enki and Enlil. But the construct of the term Anu actually has that deep Cushite history. But as we've looked at most things, there's always been a question of time period, dates, and what's going on and who's going on. As we studied the Hyksos, we figured that the Hyksos are a mixture, but coming out of that Shem, in some aspects, if you use the Bible term Shem, that the Hyksos were part of the royal lineage that invaded back into Egypt. But what is the keys in dating? So I have an interesting little topic here to read from, and I'm going to read from it. And I'm going to ask you just to kind of bear with me, and I'll try to go in and make some things more visibly able to be kept with me. But Gilgamesh, historically, the Hyksos period started in about 1670 BC to equate the biblical 430 years that the Israelites spent in Egypt. We should start the Hyksos period much earlier in 1780. This is in the reign of Pharaoh Wagaf, which will become important later. I believe that the priesthood would have been Hyksos in his reign, even if the Pharaoh and the population were not. This is something you have to get into. The theory involving here is the Hyksos dispute started with the changing of constellations, a change in the stars from Taurus to Aries, bulls to sheep. The northerners and southerners in Egypt were very much the same people. It was the change in religion that divided them, not the invasion of the country by a nation from the east. The Hyksos were native Egyptians, separated by a religious divide that was founded on a difference of opinion over a common religion. There is evidence to suggest that the religion was very old indeed, and that even the Egyptians, it was an ancient tradition that had been passed down the millennia in the Middle Kingdom. I was alerted to this possibility by Graham Smith, who was reviewing the second edition of Jesus for the online magazine Portal. He simply observed that one thought was in connection with the story of Noah and the flood. And if you apply the same scenario of priests and religious movements being interpreted as animals, cattle, sheep, then who were the animals that went into the ark two by two? The zodiac signs, which preceded Taurus, was of course Gemini, represented graphically by twins and astronomically by the stars Castor and Pollux. It is this then a reference to yet an older cult who carried the secrets? Such simple observations are ultimately satisfying, for this number of coincidences only drop out of a theory And if it is based on a very solid foundation, it is fundamentally correct in the observation. This observation may indicate that the Egyptian priesthood had been observing the stars for a very long time. And at the same time, it is strongly indicated that the Bible, for all of its faults, contains valuable snippets of the ancient history. This theory, this theory can be taken one stage further. For all of this is correct, then the era in which Gemini changed to Taurus and Taurus became Aries is preserved in the heavens. Thus, the Egyptian dynasty in which the Hyksos should have become the Hyksos when the shepherd became the shepherds can be accurately dated. The changing of the constellations is eminently predictable, and the computer planisphere program can run the movements of the constellations with great accuracy. The change between Taurus and Aries occurred at about 1850 BC. Of course, this date does depend slightly on where the dividing line between the two pictograms of the constellation is drawn. But by the 1780s BC, the reign of the pharaoh Wagaf, or Wagef, the picture is definitely skewed in favor of Aries. By this time, the priest of Heliopolis, the city of On, city of Anu, should have declared a change in religion. The theory is further enhanced by history of Sumer. The historical records of Sumer run substantially parallel to that of Egypt, dating back to some 3000 BC, which the king's list much the same as to be found in Egypt. Historically, it would appear that at some point in history, elements of the Sumerian culture sailed across to Egypt, and that the first dynasty of the kings of Egypt therefore had much in common with the Sumerian people. David Rowe goes as far as to indicate that the history of these two lands and people can be taken much as the Bible tells the story, with the sons of Noah originating in Sumer and traveling out and populating the world while one son, Shem, remained in Sumer. This will become a more reasoned argument later in the book, but for now it is more than interesting to find that two Sumerian kings were known as shepherd kings in the historical kings list. This is exactly the same designation as found in the Egyptian Hyksos kings. In the I go right. Exactly the same designation is found in the Egyptian Hyksos kings. And given the close links between these two cultures, it deserves further study. The two kings concerned were Lagula, Banda, and Dumuzi from the Urk or Urk dynasty of kings, who reigned for very roughly 2400 BC. Even more interesting in the fact that the king who is supposed to follow them in the king's list is the more famous Gilgamesh, and of whom fantastic legends of the Sumerian flood and the epic quest into the mystical forests of Cedar is told. The epics of Gilgamesh is thought to be the earliest heroic story ever written, but the historians may be up to 600 years adrift in calculation, as their chronology is founded on gross misinterpretation of what the story is really about. Historians have translated the tale as being a heroic epic of a Sumerian king making his mark on the world, as Gilgamesh himself says. I have not established my name stamped on bricks as destiny decreed. Therefore, I will set my name in a place where the names of the famous men are written. On the simplistic level, therefore, the tale be seen as a standard of rendition of heroic deeds by a royal prince. But it is not that at all. The ancient heroes are invariably legends pertaining to the gods, not men. The Gilgamesh epic is no different. It is first and foremost a story of stars and constellations. And the illusions are strong that it is amazing that this has not been commented on previously. The first clue is Gilgamesh's companion Enkidu is described as being a meteor. So we always talk about the meteor shower. The star of heaven which descends like a meteor from the sky, which you tried to lift, but found too heavy. This is the strong comrade, the one who brings help to his friend in need. The text goes on to describe Enkidu in great detail. The illusion is quite obvious. Enkidu is a stellar object, possibly even a reference to the star Sirius, the companion star to the constellation Orion. Gilgamesh, in turn, is described as arming himself for the coming quest and battle in the following fashion. Gilgamesh took the axe, he slung the quiver from his shoulder, and the bow and shan, and buckled the sword to his belt, and so they were armed and ready for the journey. In, in stellar terms, the illusion is again quite plain. The axe in the right hand, the bow in the left hand, the sword hanging from the belt. Gilgamesh is simply the Sumerian term for the constellation Orion. This is an epic of the skies and an impending battle of the constellations, the greatest of all the constellations. Orion is arming himself to do battle with the cosmos. But Gilgamesh, Orion, does not know the way, so it is only fitting that he needs Enki, the meteor, to lead him. Let Enki lead the way. He knows the road to the forest of the stars, the mountain of cedars, the dwelling place of the gods. It is at this point that the correlation with the Egyptian history already outlined becomes obvious. For the purpose of Gilgamesh, Orion's quest is to slay the constellation of Taurus the bull and see in the era of the new constellation Aries the ram. In the stellar term, it is the constellation of Orion, who is armed with an axe and a bow and has a sword hanging from his belt. It is Orion who has drawn his bow, and his aim is at an adjacent constellation, Taurus. This same change in the heavens is about to unfold once more. But here in summer, it is the hero Gilgamesh, in guise as of Orion, who was reported as killing the bull of heaven, the constellation of Taurus. But the first Gilgamesh has to seek, but first Gilgamesh has to seek out the watcher of the forest, the stars, a fearsome beast called Humbaba, the watchman has put on the first of his seven splendors, but not yet the other six. Let us trap him. Let us trap him before he is armed. At first stroke, Humbaba blazed out, but still they advanced. And 7 times Humbaba loses his glory upon them. At the third blow, Humbaba fell, Now the mountains were moved and all the hills, for the guardians of the forest were killed. The seven splendors of Humbaba were extinguished. And this is the Orion. This is the bow. This is the belt with the sword. This is the axe over the right. This is the axe over the shoulder. So this is the Gilgamesh story. This is Taurus the bull, the Pleiades star system. So the bow is pointed towards this direction of the Taurus, the star system. So we just was reading that in the Gilgamesh epics. But let's go a little further because we got a little more reading to do. And I'm going to read as much as I can and try to let you come in after this. For a 4,000-year-old story, prose is still as clear today as when it was written, if you know the subject matter. There is only one guardian Taurus, that is Pleiades. So the seven sisters of Pleiades. So the Taurus, and that is Pleiades, the constellation known as the Seven Sisters. A small group of seven stars that are visible to the naked eye and reside on the back of Taurus. From this elevation position, Humbaba Pleiades could watch over the constellations of Taurus and protect it. Thus, if Taurus were to be attacked, Humbaba had to be dealt with first. With Humbaba extinguished, Taurus' back was exposed and vulnerable. Here was the weak spot for the hero Gilgamesh. Orion could close in for a kill. Now, thrust in your sword between the nape and the horn. So Gilgamesh followed the bull. He seized the thick of his tail. He thrust the sword between the nape and the horn and slew the bull. When they had killed the bull of heaven, they cut out his heart and gave it to Shamesh, the sun, and the brothers rested. So now we look at the constellations, and this is the zodiac of Dendra of ancient Egypt. So we're looking at these constellations as they work. Gilgamesh had ended this reign of constellation of Taurus, just as Abraham had achieved in Egypt. But some of the gods were angry with this. Ishtar uttered a curse. Woe to Gilgamesh, for he has scorned me in killing the bull of heaven. When Enkidu heard these words, he tore out the bull's right thigh and tossed it in her face, saying, "If I could lay my hand on you, it is this I should do to you." Thus, we find that the Egyptian zodiac of heaven showed a bull's thigh as depicted either what we would now call the constellation Ursa Major, now known as Plough, or perhaps the adjacent constellation Lynx. The similarities with Egypt do not end here, for the name of the hero was not simply Gilgamesh. It's clear that Gilgamesh epic is referring to a god, but like the Egyptian pharaohs, the gods of Sumer were also associated with mortal men, kings of the land. Thus, Gilgamesh was somehow related to King Luga Banda. The pharaoh of Egypt were not simply men, they were also manifestations of the gods, physical incarnations of the god Horus, and then after death they became Osiris. It is probable, therefore, that King Lugal Baba was not only related to Gilgamesh, he was the same individual. When making this connection, remember that Osiris was also associated with the constellation of Orion. As confirmation, Enki, the meteor, says to Gilgamesh, Orion, The one who gave water from his water skin, Aquarius, that is your own God who cares for your good name, your Luga Banda. It is clear that Gilgamesh was the god name to which the king was associated. His royal appellation, however, was Lugu Banda. To take the similarities with Egypt's one stage further, Abraham was the first recorded shepherd king of Egypt. And in turn, the Sumerian kings list says that Lugu Banda was the first of the shepherd kings of Sumer. It was King Lugu-Bandar in his dual role as god, Gilgamesh Orion, who fought the Sumerian theological battle with the followers of Taurus and became the Shepherd King, the first Sumerian followers of the new era of Aries. This is why the epic Gilgamesh was written. It was not an epic tale of the kings as such, but an ancient bimillennial celebration of the movement of the stars. The peoples of Egypt and some were intricately linked by their religion, but perhaps the transition period between the constellations went a little smoother in Sumer than in Egypt. This was the scenario that appeared to be consistent and logical to me. So if we're getting this now, and last week we watched a video with our brother William speaking about, he put up $10,000 to prove the biblical characters, and no one has ever been able to claim the money because there was no archaeological real evidence to prove certain things. But the other day, we also learned that Pentecost and the Septuagint were coming from astrological writings. And if you know the subject matter, then you know what you read. So let's go a little further. And it is how I reported in the first edition of this book that there was initially a lot of criticism of Zodiac being extant in the second millennium. So many of you know that the Gilgamesh epics in the Una List are what makes up some of the components of what you call Genesis, your beginning of your Bible. It is true that the zodiac has not been discovered in its final form in Egypt until the Potomac period, yet, as we have seen, there are consistent hints of its existence at a much earlier date. It is quite possible that such sensitive information about the movement of the stars, and thus about the entire basis of the Egyptian religion, was always kept a state secret. It was interesting to find that some distinguished authors before me had also seen the link between the zodiac, Egypt, and Sumer. Josephus, for instance, states that the ornate robes of the Israelite high priest Aaron and the brother Moses bore 12 semi-stones, precious stones that depicted the zodiac. Since the Bible turns these same stones into representations of the 12 sons of Jacob, one might speculate that the very sons of Jacob and the 12 disciples of Jesus could also be seen to be representatives of the based upon 12 symbols of the zodiac itself. In addition, the influential historical and theological poet Robert Gray says Gilgamesh, when and where the zodiac originated, is not known, but it is believed to have gradually evolved in the Babylonian from the 12 incidents in the life story of Gilgamesh. The bull, virgin, Scorpio men, deluge stories. Gilgamesh is thought to have been a Hyksos, a Kassite invader of Babylon in the 18th century BC, to whom the story of an early hero is transferred, Tammuz, a familiar sword already connected with the zodiac. So let's go a little further. I got to read the last as well. So it is, if Gilgamesh epics was in reality a tale of the zodiac, it is a sedate precisionary movement. And then this simply is simple observation provides an invaluable historical tool, a cast iron peg that historians can hang the rest of Sumerian history. Sumerian history is notoriously imprecise. The kings are reported as having individual reigns lengths ranging from 6 to 43,000 years. It is because of the unreliable reporting that the precise chronology and dating of the Sumerian historical records has varied enormously between individual scholars, and now therefore is at least one concrete astronomical datable era that historians can work with, and it lies right in the middle of the Sumerian records. Gilgamesh, Lugla Baba Banda, and King Dumuzi reign at the turn of the constellation from Taurus to Aries between 1900 and 1800 BC. Before Abraham, back in Egypt's records, the precise dates means that according to the astronomical records, most of the 13th dynasty, before Abraham, of Egypt should have been Hyksos as well. If they were not openly so, then we can speculate that there must have been resistance to this change when the administration or among the population, another cosmic battle fought not only in the stars, but in the hearts and minds of common men. In fact, there is evidence within the Old Testament of Josephus, which seems to indicate that this change in belief was actually forced upon the population at the late stage. This event is contained in the section where the Pharaoh Abraham, Shishi, met his father Nehisi, Asara, each prepared for battle. The outcome of the dispute is only inferred Yet Abraham must have been victor because he went on a historical record of Egypt to become the first of the Hyksos pharaohs, the first of the shepherd kings. Equally in the biblical record, Abraham went on to become the great patriarch of the Jewish people. He was first in a new era of kings, whichever ancient records is followed. Something must have happened at the point to change, to force this change in administration, created a new dynasty and proposed the new dynasty of Abraham was founded on the evolution in the stellar constellation and its equivalent change to the theology of Egypt. It was another Gilgamesh epic. Both of these stories have survived in the modern era. Abraham was not the first of the shepherd kings, only the first to declare himself so. So now we go over here to 13 dynasties were also potentially Hyksos. It may be possible to find some biblical pharaohs, even if the pharaoh before Abraham were not truly Hyksos, they are mentioned in the biblical record. So we look at here, they look at Matthew, Satilia, Sim, or Shem, Sin, Seret, Aphax, and Mahat. And they go on down into Wagath is in the Peleg era after Eber. So that's what we were reading at just now. So as you see, the names in the Bible have been cross-referenced to an Egyptian history. So when we look at it like that, now we're understanding that sometimes it's hard to identify who is who when you get into the historical record. But with the star astrology science and dealing with it under the Gilgamesh epic, you're able to determine the change in the time of Taurus to Aries. And you're able to identify rulership and kings in that time. So give thanks for the tolerance. Wanted to open the floor up on this, the dating and using the Gilgamesh epic to get a better understanding of this.
Yes, King, beautiful. I'm glad that you brought this up because this is something that I've really made a study of, and yeah, it's he's so correct that it's all astronomical, but he's very wrong in his actual dating of the changing of the ages, because he's tried to put the change of the age down to 1780, which is totally out. It's nearly 800 years out. But he's got the gist of it. But I've studied the Gilgamesh epic, and I've studied Sumerian history quite a lot, and there's one of the professors named Woolley, who is one of the major um archaeologists of Sumer, and another one is Kramer, Noel Kramer, Professor Noel Kramer. He's another one. I've studied his work extensively. And the Epic of Gilgamesh is actually 2,700. It's dated to roughly around 2,700. Well, I say the Epic of Gilgamesh must be 2,781, because that's when the heliacal rising of Sirius occurred, 2,781. And also that that's Gilgamesh, and the other one was what was his name? Dumuzi.
Yes.
Dumuzi, he is dated, he's the Shepherd King. Dumuzi is the Shepherd King, which they date him to 2,400 BC, which is correct, within 50 years, because they give the margin of error on their dating on the Sumerian project, 50 years plus or minus 50 years. So they got Dumuzi as 2,400. Well, we can know from the pyramids in Egypt that the change of the age, and this is from the Ethiopian king list also, the change of the age actually occurred 2,455, which is 55 years difference to what they've got for the Sumer. And also we have that the pyramids, dating of the pyramids, they date it astronomically through the Orion correlation theory to 2,450, which is consistent with the knowledge. So definitely Gilgamesh is 2,000. They date him to around 2,700. Well, this is when also the Ethiopian calendar from the 13th century AD. There was a scholar called Abu Shakur, who was a Coptic scholar, and he dated the Ethiopian calendar when it began to 2,700. So there we have a correlation between 2,700 of the dating of the Ethiopian calendar, which also says that in the Ethiopian king list also that the dynasty of Cam began 2,713 BC and ended 2,650. He was on the throne for 53 years. That's the first Cam, the king, the Negus Cam of the Kemetic dynasty. So definitely that the changes of ages are definitely tied to the zodiac. So as I say, so the Shepherd King didn't. That's a wrong appellation given to Dumuzi. Even though they're calling him the Shepherd King, he's actually out of time, because that is where it's closing down the age of Taurus. The age of Taurus is from 4,241 to 2,455. That's what. So the age of Taurus begins 4,241 and ends um 2000, say 500, right? Roughly 2,450. This age they're using here, 2,450, 2,455. That is when the age of aiming begins. So that transition from the age of Taurus to Aries, which Taurus was Osiris in the Ethiopian calendar is Osiris. Shall I bring up a picture, Russ, while I'm talking this? Would it be better? Let me explain because I've got all of this on. I've got all of this in my book. Let me bring it up for you. Let me have a share. Let me just hang on. Let me share the. Let me share the screen. Uh-huh. Can you see that, Russ?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's coming up now.
Okay. Oh, that's a picture. Hang on, I don't want to bring that. I brought up the wrong one. I brought up the wrong one. Let me stop share. I brought up the wrong one. Right. Okay. Okay, that's can we get rid of this thing down here? Right, yeah. Okay. So let me move this over here. If I show you this, I'll be able to explain it to you more. You know, you'll get it more clearly. Right. This is the this is the this is a processional. This is a processional wheel of the age. If you've seen it before. So here we are now. Look on the left-hand side here. Here is Osiris, 4,621. I said 4,241. I got it wrong. It's 4,621 minus 2,455. Now that is the age of Osiris. This is the age now coming into Amen Aries, right? Which is Aries, which is Amen. I've got both names there, Amen or Aries, right? So the as you can see here, the heliacal, this look, this SHR, the Sirius heliacal rising, 2,781 BC. Now this is the time of Gilgamesh. This is how Gilgamesh is tied to Orion, because the Orion constellation and the Orion constellation with the Sirius star is to do with the heliacal rising of Sirius. But if you remember when I told you before, when I showed you this table, this is the female Sirius giving birth to the sun at the heliacal rising of Sirius on His Majesty's Ourstory. This is the one here, 2781. But if you see here on the 2769, this is the seeding. This happens in November. This is where the seed leaves at 225 degrees southwest of the sphere. Like if you've got north, south, east, and west, this occurs. This seeding happens. This seeds the earth. This is the impregnation. This is the birth. This one gives birth. This one impregnates. So this one here is 2,769 BC. Whether which one they're referring to, I'm not even going to get into that question. But the fact that he's mentioned that if they're associating it with Orion, then it is this one on the left. This one on the right is to do with the Sirius star in the morning after a 70-day disappearance is arcing, or this is where the Chibo, where you see His Majesty lighting the fire. This is the Chibo. This is where the Sirius star ignites. It crosses the sun of the path of the sun on His Majesty's Ourstory on the 16th of July, 16th of Hamley, which is the 23rd of July. This is when they begin the reckoning of the Sirius cycles in the astronomical programs which they use to to give us the movements of the stars. So this one at 2781 is the one that happens where the star, the Sirius A, dissects the path of the sun, the ecliptic path of the sun. That is where, and then the sun rises. After that, touches the ecliptic path of the sun for a fleeting moment on that date. It's between roughly the 14th and 16th of Hamley. It can happen. It can happen any time. You have to wait for it to appear before you actually know when it's happened. But this is when it generally is given. The date that it happens is His Majesty's Ourstory. That is the female giving birth to the sun. This is this one on the left hand side is the 2769, which is in this wheel. They're both here in the age of Osiris. This is where the male impregnates the earth. Now, if they're associating Gilgamesh with Orion, right? If they're associating Gilgamesh with Orion, then they're talking about this one where he's doing the seeding, right? But whatever is happening, it's only like a matter of 12 years difference, which is like 1 year for each section of the zodiac. So it's very well balanced, right? So that is the way that it comes. Now, when it comes to the Amen, there's some interesting work that I've done concerning this place, because what I talk about a lot, Russ, when I'm writing, I write about the place and I put it in brackets, not in brackets. I put it in what do they call those things? When you put a thing above it. Let me just show you what I do. Let me just show you. It's in here because I do it a lot. Because the place is very important, right? The place. You see, like the place. You see how I've written place there. What do you call these things? I can't remember what you call them. But these place, you see the virgin birth place, right? So the reason that I talk about the place is because the place is a sacred place. Right, let's just get back this 61. Right, this place is a sacred place because this is a sacred happening. This is a sacred happening. What's happening? So what's happening in Gilgamesh, and what's happening in Sumer? That's Sumer, but what's happening in Egypt is the same thing. They're describing the same thing. Now that name as well. What was the name that you used there? Lugul Banda. You see that name, Lugul Banda? Who they're saying now, Lugul Banda, he actually was on the throne 2,400, I think, right? Well, Lugul Banda is an African name for sure. And I think that Lugul Banda, I've always thought that Lugul Banda, who are the Banda people? The Banda people come from the Buganda Empire. The Buganda Empire is Uganda. And this is where I think that when you read their names of the people of the Sumerian kingship, there are a lot of them with these African names, and I think that there's a link between the Lugul Banda, because the Lugul Banda also, they're not only the Lugul Banda, but they are they are specific in that they have three. This idea of the three kings, which is associated with the Orion belt, and they associate the Christ story with the three kings related to the belt of Orion. In Uganda, or in the Buganda Empire, the kings of the Buganda Empire had three different offices for the king. There, even though there's one kingship, there are three kings of that kingship in Luguban in the Buganda Empire, and those three kings, one of them is temporal. That means he's a judge. One of them is ceremonial, and one of the, one is ceremonial, who does the social welfare of the nation, and then there's the other one who's the celestial king. He knows the heavenly, this knowledge of the stars. So those are the three kings of the Buganda Empire. So I find that very interesting that there's a link there between Lugul Banda and also another very interesting thing what I want to bring up is that on this 2455, right, there's a work done by the British archaeology. He done a BBC program, David Attenborough. He done a project on the archaeology of the Bible lands, and there was an Italian professor. I can't remember his name. Something like Pettorini or something like that. He said at this time, the name of God, as in the Hebrew name Israel, we say Israel. Before Israel, it was called Israelu, or if it was called Michael, as in Michael for Michael, Michael, it was Michaelu, because the Ilu or the El is a theophoric element. I think I've spoken to the item about this before. There's a theophoric element, which is the El. So it's Michael, and the El is chosen by the god El. But prior to the use of the word El, we see the word Ilu. Now, the word Ilu is a Sumerian name, and also it was used in the Canaanite Empire. If you go to the text of the Ebla kingdom, who were the Ugarit texts, of the Ebla kingdom, which are dated to around 2250 BC. In the language of those texts of the of the Canaanites who was from Ugarit, they used the word Ilu for their deity whenever you put in this theophoric element. How does that become relevant to Sumer and Ethiopia? How that becomes pertinent is that name Ilu. They say that Sumer was founded by Nimrod. Well, if you look in the Ethiopian king list, Nimrod is dated to around 3,840 BC. Generally, I don't know if it's fully 40, but it's definitely around 3,800 BC. But I think it's 3,842. But don't quote me on that. But it's very close to that. It's around the 3,800 is the time of Nimrod. Well, Nimrod founded the land of Shinar, according to the Bible. The land of Shinar is Sumer, because they say that the first kingships were founded in Sumer by Nimrod. Well, Nimrod came from Ethiopia, according to the king list. Well, where His Majesty's people come from, where the Ethiopian kings went to choose their wives, is a place called Wara Ilu, the same Ilu, because the name and the place of the name of the Christ and the place and the name of the Christ and the place of the Christ in being a name and a place, as in Yeshua, and Shua being a place in Ethiopia. Shua and Ye is a theophoric element meaning beloved of God. We have Yeshua, the land of Yeshua, which is Shua. And in Shua, on the board, in Shua, from the border of Shua to Warrow is Wara Ilu. That is where His Majesty's mother came from. And that is where the Ethiopian kings, all the Ethiopian princes used to go there because these people are called the Garagi people. And it was amongst these Garagi people, it was ever foretold in Ethiopia that the people, that there will be a great king born out of a Garagi woman. Well, His Majesty's mother is that Garagi woman, and she come from Wara Ilu. And that was the capital, that was the birthplace of the southern Solomonic kings of Ethiopia. Now, the correlation between the change of the theophoric element from Ilu to El on the cusp of an age makes perfect sense, because now we're bringing the name El is the Hebrew, or what they consider to be Hebrew, but obviously it's Canaanite, right? It's it's Canaanite language. So the El and the Ilu, it was in the Canaanite thing that they brought in the God. After the Canaanite, they brought in the God Jehovah and the word El and the Elohim. So the name Ilu and El being changed right at that time on the cusp makes sense in the idea of changing from Taurus worship to the Amen worship, the shepherd, because the Amen is the shepherd, is the sign of the goat. So the leader of the goat, the person who shepherds the goat, or shepherds the animals, is the shepherd kings. So that is where that comes around. Now Abraham, they say, come from Ur in Mesopotamia, which is Sumer. Well, Ur, the last dynasty of Ur, who were black people, they call themselves blackheads. The last dynasty of Ur, they date to 2150, 21 to 2150. Don't forget, or 2000. Don't forget they give a 2050, 2150, or 22, because they give a 50-year margin of error, but they date the last dynasty of Ur to 2150. That is when they were overtaken. They were expelled from the land. And I wonder whether the Hyksos were the people who fled from Sumer when they were of the last of the dynasty of Ur. Whether and then after 400 years now they've landed in Egypt as the Hyksos. Now, are these the same people? Is Abraham a royal son of Ur, which he is according to the Bible? And what's the significance of Ur? Is the dynasty of Ur was the kingship of Sumer. So that is where Abraham left Sumer and took 400 years to reach into Egypt. those 400 years of him reaching into Egypt, I mean, why did they say to Abraham, these people are going to suffer for 400 years and all these things? What's the idea? Where's this idea of 400 come from? Why 400 or 430? You see, it's 430 or years. It's been given a period of 430 years, a period of 480 years, and a period of 400 years. There's three different values in the Bible. So which one is it? Well, if I'm not really sure, but if we was to take from 2150 and take 400 years from there, it gives us 1750. So now that puts us in the region where you said, Ras Lazarus, of which is 1780 that you've given the date from that book that you just read, for Abraham being in Egypt. If he was in Egypt, is he the is he the leader of the Hyksos? I think he is. Personally, I think he is, if he existed, right? But when I say if he existed, why do I say that? Because at that period, you say 1780, I date him to 1770, which is neither here nor there really, but I actually date Abraham to 1770. Why do I date Abraham to 1770 precisely? The reason I date him to 1770 precisely is because at that period of around 1800 down to 1720, the new set of kings, it was a conflict in Egypt over they say there was a conflict. I don't think there was a conflict, but they say there was a conflict over which family could rule around that period, 1770 to 1780 down to 1720. Well, in that time, there came in the Sobek Nefru. There was the Sobek Nefru came into the throne of Egypt. Well, because the name Sobek come in. Well, as I've mentioned to the eye before, the Sobek is the crocodile. The crocodile is the crocodile is to do with the 26,033 years. The 33 years is related to the crocodile's 33 ribs, which I think you've mentioned to when I mentioned this to you before, Ras Lazarus. You said, well, the human spine has also got 26 plus 7 is 33. I don't know what it was that you told me, but I remember you did say that to me. So this 26,000, which is a great year, plus 33 years of the crocodile value. Well, when that crocodile value gives us all this mathematics, which is not the 4,320 value. And when I say that, when you read the Sumerian king list, Rush, you'll see one of them ruled exactly for 43,200 years. Well, 43,200 is the ratio of the pyramids, 1 to 43,200 to the circumference of the earth. So there you see that the 43,200, which they're using in that Sumerian king list, is giving us that value, which is the value, as I say, the ratio of the pyramids to the circumference of the earth. And that 4,320 is reduced by a order of magnitude gives us 4,320. 4,320 gives us 2 ages, right? Because each age takes 2,160 years, right? From one age to one. So these 2 ages here, like from Sathorus here, is 4,320 years. These two ages, 2 ages brought together, which is 4,320. If you do it by another order of magnitude, you get 432. Well, that brings us to the 430 years of Abraham, roughly, because and where the 2 years difference come in is because there's 2 years difference between a solar cycle and a stellar cycle. In a year, like if it takes 364 days for the sun to go around the earth, it will take 366 days for a star to do the same journey. It takes 2 days longer. That's why there's this always a 2 days or a 2 year discrepancy. And that 2 year discrepancy in orders of magnitude can go up to 20, 200, and 2000 years discrepancy in working out this age science, because the orders of magnitude are like magic. It's like a magic it's like a magic formula. It just works like that. Degrees and years and orders of magnitude that you can just work up and down, and you'll just keep you'll keep finding them. It's like you'll find these things. You'll find that you can be 2 years out, you can be 20 years out, you can be 200 years out. This is why there's a 200-year margin of error when Western archaeologists are dating BC dating. There's a 200-year margin of error. That means there's 400 years either side of any other 200 years either side of any other date that they give, which again is the 400 years which Abraham is, which they attribute to him. So where's the point coming in now? Why do I say that Abraham is definitely 1770? The reason I say that Abraham is definitely 1770 is because in this other paradigm, which I've done here, this 11 rib paradigm, which I've spoke to the item about, which is the Shabaka stone. And when you bring it down to 10, so there's 11 ribs, and then we give the one rib, we give to make 12. And if we give one rib to make 12, that gives us a 10 rib paradigm. The 10 rib paradigm gives us 2363. 2360, it gives us 20, let me see, that gives us 21,630, right? For 10 ages, 10 ages of 2,163 years it gives us 2,163 years, which is 21,630. If we divide that 21,630 by 7, it gives us 3,090, right? It gives us 3,090. Well, 3,090 gives us the 3,090 from 0 to 3,090 BC gives us the where they say that the Egyptian kingdom began at the time of either they call him Nama or the Scorpion King, which they say happened in 3,100 BC. Right, that's when the West there's something happened, which is in the age of Osiris, which is Taurus, right? When this has happened, there's an occurrence in there around 3,100 BC. They say that's when when the Egyptian kingship began, the first dynasty. Well, that's wrong. What actually did happen there is there's 3,090. There is a 3,090 gives us the division of the previous ancient cycle, which we've brought down from heaven, right? Which is the lost knowledge. And that there, like I say, is 3,090 years, right? So 3,090. Now there's another thing that comes down from heaven from this 10 paradigm, where we bring down the scepter of power. And as I brought it down before, I brought it down at 13. It's 1313 that comes down, but it's an extended penis. It adds on 7 years to give us 1320, which is the place what you was talking about with Horemheb. And Akhenaten and Tutankhamun, this period of time, this 1320 BC, this period has come down from 25,000. It's come down from 25,993, right? It's come around from 25,993, the 10 rib. Hang on, let's see what page this is, and I'll just show you it while I'm here. All right, so yeah, right. So the 10 rib is here. Right. Yeah, okay. So this is here. Look, so now we're talking about here 25,993 years of a great year. Now, this is the 11 rib model. This is the Shabaka stone model. And then we give one rib. We give one rib to the 12 thing, and then the 12 signs of the zodiac, and that leaves us with 10 ribs for the other 10 months of 21,630 by 10 months. Gives us 2,163 years for an age length. Now, that 21,630 divided by 7 gives us 3,090. Now we lower from there, from here we lower down the 1,313 years. Where's that? We lower down 1,330 years, like it breaks down when I've gone through the maths, that we get 1,330 years, which 1,313 years, which gives us the scepter of power, which we then took 363 from it and gave it to Menelik I. If you remember when I showed you that science there, where we give him the 363, which is the power of Riharekti, the power of the Sphinx, we give it to Menelik I. Well, that 1,313 years is actually 1,320 years, because it's 1,320 BC. And the reason it becomes 7 longer is because each place where you start, if you've got that 3,090, then it will be 6,180. And each place where you're going to have a point of beginning, there will be a +1. You're going to start counting again, +1, because like when you're born, you're not 1 until you've lived for 1 year. So there's always a +1 at the beginning of a cycle. So it would be 30. So it would be 30,090 +1, 6,180 +1. Then it would be 9,000. And then the next one +1, right? So that gives you, in 7 times, as we've done this 7 times in the cycle from the 21,630, we get to add on 1 year for each cycle. So we've got now 1,313 plus 1 year for each cycle gives us 1,320, which is the number of the place where the heliacal rising happens. Now, if we know that there is a astronomical event at 3,090, which is related to this previous cycle, this older paradigm, this Shabaka stone paradigm, at 3,090 minus 1,313 gives us 1,770. That most important place in Egyptian history where they're saying there's a conflict happening between the different priesthoods or the different families. There's 2 different families riling for the throne around from about 18 something down to 1770, and it's the Sobek kingship. All of these pharaohs at that period I think it's from 1880 down to 1720, had the name Sobek in their name because they're talking about this crocodile value. They're talking about this crocodile value. that we're talking about is because the 33 is the crocodile value. And so was Abraham, this is the question that I bring in, which is possible because what's this idea of the seed of Abraham? Well, the seed has come down in the 363. Like you see this 363 of Shabaka's 11 rib paradigm. This 363, how this came around, the 363 is two ages in the 11 rib in the 11 rib paradigm. Each age is 2,363. That's 26,000 divided by 11 gives you 2,363. If you double 2,363, you get 2,000. You get 4,726. 4,726 minus 363 gives us 4,363. 4,363 is the number of panels that were built around the Saqqara complex. I'm sure that Horemheb was buried at Saqqara. I'm sure it said that in that what you just read, Ras Lazarus. That came into my mind as you mentioned it. So that 4363 is the perimeter wall of the Saqqara complex, which is made up of 4,363 panels. Why it's made up of 400,363 panels is because it is the solar measurement and the sidereal measurement. The sidereal measurement is the measurement of the stars, and the solar measurement obviously is the measurement of the sun. So those combined values of the movements of the stars and the moon, the stars and the sun over 2 ages is 4,363. But there's another 363, which is the pearl. This is the seed. This is the value of the seed. This is the 4,726 minus 363, which is the value of the pearl, gives us the 4363. So that value of the pearl is what comes down through history. This is what you follow. When I'm doing this science, I follow the 363. I follow where it goes through this where's 61? Through this, which is 61. What page am I on here? 58. Right, yeah. When I follow the 363 through the road of creation, because this is the wheel of creation and this is the road of creation. So I'm following, and my book is called From the Sphinx to the Lion of Judah, the road of creation. So I'm following the road of creation. I follow that 363 through, and it comes down to 1321, 1320 BC, which is here. Look, see I've put that dot there. Heliacal rising of Sirius is there. But with the 3090, which is another cycle, which is a different cycle. So if we was to bring down that seed, this is the seed, the heliacal rising of Sirius, there's a seed here. If we bring that seed down and give it from the 3090, it takes us to 1720 and this Sobek value. So it is possible that Abraham is tied to that Sobek value being 1320 years from 3090, which gives us 1770 BC, which fits in with the story of the Hyksos perfectly within 10 years, or what they say. But I mean, who's to say that the astronomy is not perfect? If that 1320 year period, which is in Amen, is also being used from Osiris, bringing it down into Amen, because Abraham is in this period. Now, from 1320 BC plus 430 gives us 1740. That brings us back into the region of it. Like this, it brings us back into the region with the values are. The values are here. The values are here. So if we're 40 years out, we're less than half a degree out in terms of place over thousands of years. So so these are the age scientific values which we can use to bring a probability or a possibility or probability, because I don't know that 1320 years, by the way, I don't know that it's actually brought down from 3090 to the Abraham. I don't know that it is there. I know definitely that this one is here, the 1320, but this is the known, this 1320 on this paradigm is known, because we've got here 139 as well. You see 139 AEC, and now this is the Ethiopian calendar, 139, because they tell us from the Roman record that the heliacal rising of Sirius definitely happened at 139 AD, right? According to the science, according to even that in that book there, you mentioned David Roll. In that book that you read from, Ras Lazarus, you mentioned David Roll. David Roll is a brother who wrote the book A Test of Time, and he uses this 139 AD as the anchor of time. This is the only specific anchor they've got from the Roman record that this is actually happened at this time. This is a heliacal rise of Sirius. So then from that one, they're able to say, well, the next one happened at 1320, and then the next one happened at 2781, and the next one happened at 5701, and the next one happened at 71. You can go back in increments of 1460 years. So this is the one that David Roll, who was mentioned by that book you just read, this is one that he uses as the definitive, and not only he, all of not only Western chronology, all of chronology uses this date. This is the anchor date. But with an anchor, okay, that happened, but which is the first one? You don't know where the first one is, because this can start anywhere. I mean, we could start measuring from here first. We could start measuring from here first. Where does it begin? So unless we have two places to actually have a reckoning of time, unless we have two places that we can actually know that are definitive, we couldn't make a ladder. Well, what we got from the Ethiopian king list is this 2,455 is definitive. So that is what I used. I used this one as a definitive marker, and I used this one as a definitive marker. Well, lo and behold, when I've worked it all out, it's perfect, because this, as I say, it's 2,160 years they use between cusps. But you see, it's actually 2,166.666666 to 13 places. If you do the maths, if you divide 3,000, if you divide 26,000 by 12, it gives you 2,166.66666. So even though they say it's 2,160, it's not. It's actually 2,166, and this is perfectly accurate. And how I can test that it's accurate, right, is the 3,090, which I brought down to 0. Right, so we know that 3,090, starting at this 0 here, carries us to beyond this cusp into the age of Horus, the first 3,090. This is when they say the Egyptian first kingdom began. The first kingdom of the Egyptian kingdom began here, 3,100, they say, and I say 3,090. To prove that my 3,090 is perfect and correct, if you multiply 3,090 by 5, you get 15,450. And here we are, right on the cusp of the balance, Ma'at, with Isis, the mother of creation. Here we are, right on their cusp, in perfect mathematical proof that this 3090, which are brought down from the Sabaka stone, is correct. And there is the proof, because here it is Isis, Sarah. Now, who is Sarah? Isn't that the wife of Abraham, by the way? Right? Here's the wife of Abraham. Here's the consort of Isis. But look how far away she is in time. Look how far away he is in time. How can he be so far away from her in time? Because she is representative of the moon cycle, and he is, according to the Egyptian science, the god of the dead, the god of the moon, right? He's the male counterpart of this female moon cycle. So there we see Osiris and her, even though they are, what's that? They're nearly 10,000, 9,500 years apart in time. He's this cusp to that cusp is like 8,900 years difference between these two cusps, or between these two houses, but they're related by being of the lunar cycle. That's the relationship between them. He's the god of the dead who's measured, who goes into the underworld with the lunar cycle. So that is the answer to that. So when you say that what you was bringing up about Sumer, you're definitely correct. What that brother has got, he's definitely got the right idea. But once we have a more definitive, like this science is so perfect that I know that, as I say, like why would they give Gilgamesh dated to 2700, is because this 2700 is the heliacal rising of Sirius, the heliacal rising of Sirius in the age of Osiris. So Osiris and Gilgamesh are the same celestial entity, the same, because Osiris is the name of the heavens. So I think that would be as much as I need to say about that, Russ. Is there any questions that you have? Are you there, Russ?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very powerful point. Would it be demonstrated?
Are you there, Russ?
Can you hear me? You can't hear me?
So everybody's gone to sleep.
You can't hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You there, Russ, Lazarus?
Yes, sir. Give thanks for the knowledge and light.
I don't know why you can't hear me. But yes, I
Can't hear anything.
yes, sir. So we'll be closing out on this. Since there's been some technology, it won't let us share the screen and there's sound going in and out.
Well, family, I'm gonna leave. Russ Kimian, are you there? Well, family, it looks like everybody's gone to sleep.
Yeah, give thanks, give
I'm
thanks.
gonna sign out now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How come I can't hear you? I'm gonna sign out, family. Giving thanks.
Give thanks. Yes, I can. Ras Lazarus.